All right, good morning. We are halfway through 2022. I hope everyone's had a great first half. I don't want to neglect to mention that this, I think, is the first committee we've had since the untimely passing of our dear colleague, Commissioner Mark Samulin. So I'd like to have a brief 30-second moment of silence before we begin today's meeting. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Today is July 7th, and it's the Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting. We're in the throes of summer. We've got some important business to attend to today. I expect a lively discussion. A couple of housekeeping items, and first of all, I'm joined by my dear colleague, Commissioner David Richardson. Commissioner Alex Fernandez is on his way down. Mr. Mooney, you have some announcements?
Yes. The sponsor, Commissioner Minor, for the following items has requested that these items be deferred to September 16th, so they will not be heard today. This is item number 6 regarding apartment hotels. That's going to be deferred until September 16th. Item number 7, which is a discussion regarding review and approval of certificates of appropriateness, that's being deferred to September 16th. And then item number 9 regarding proposed amendments to Chapter 46 regarding heritage tree designation, that is also being deferred to September 16th.
Great. Okay. We do have a couple of items today that I think are going to be lengthy discussions, so I want to try to take care of a few that hopefully we can wrap up quickly. Tom, I'm going to ask you, could you lead us through the discussion of item number 4?
Sure.
If we can dispatch with that quickly.
Item number 4 is a proposal to amend the maximum allowable rooftop addition section of the code, which is 142-1161 within the Museum Historic District, and it's a very limited carve-out and would allow for multi-level rooftop additions to non-contributing buildings located within the Museum Historic District that front Collins Avenue. And the maximum height would not be able to exceed 80 feet. And the purpose of this is primarily for the Boulon Hotel project, which is located in the block between 20th and 21st Street, between Collins Avenue and Liberty Avenue. That particular assemblage of properties has available FAR, and they would like to add some additional hotel rooms. However, they've already done a one-story rooftop addition, and they would be proposing to amend the code in order to accommodate an additional story for the hotel rooms. If this ordinance is approved, the new project that is proposed in the future would still require Historic Preservation Board approval. This was a dual referral and will be heard by the Planning Board at their July meeting, pending the resolution at committee level. And so the administration is supportive of this, and we would recommend that the Land Use Committee endorse the proposal.
Okay. I'm familiar with this. I see no harm in it. I think it's a great project, a great operator. Colleagues, and I think maybe Mr. Larkin would like to represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the owner of the property. We have a PowerPoint presentation we're happy to show you. We don't really have enough renderings right now. We just have one. But the goal is to increase the hotel unit count here. We're going to do it by building within, on top of the garage. It's can barely be seen. And then you're going to have basically a cocktail venue on top that will be open only to hotel guests, so not commercial. It'll be open to hotel guests because they book a lot of convention center groups, and they're always complaining that, Sean, you don't have any venue for us to have a cocktail for all of our people wearing our name tags. So now he will have that venue, and I just think it's good. It applies to 3 properties in this corridor in the Museum Local Historic District. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
I've got a couple of questions. So can you just describe the other 2 properties? Are they adjacent?
Sure. One is the parking garage owned by Russell Galbert. That's non-contributing. It never has really functioned properly. So he's thinking of alternative paths for it. This is really not for him, but it happens to be by coincidence it will apply to his property. He might be able to convert it to a smaller boutique hotel. Tom is really a master at resolving these issues, but that could be a path forward. And then there's one smaller retail property just west of the W Hotel, and it's just east of the public library. So right there, it's a block long, but it's rather small, and that could also have a rooftop addition there.
Okay. And Tom, this hasn't been to the planning board at all yet, right?
No, it'll be going to the planning board on July 26th, and then it would be considered at first reading if transmitted by the planning board at your September meeting.
So, and we don't have to send this back to the commission. It had a dual referral, or?
Nope, this was a dual referral, so we can, we've actually noticed it for the July 26th planning board.
Okay, good. Well, I'm going to move the item.
I'll second. Come on up.
Hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. There were no renderings in the packet, and we were told they were going to be shown today. So maybe you all have seen it, but I haven't seen anything. And just a theme for today, I think, is going to be planning. We need to plan. We need master plans. We need design guidelines. All the time you're all spending on every little thing here and there, it takes a lot of time away from other macro issues. So we'd love to see the visuals of this. And I also didn't know that the city wants a lot more hotels and bars, but it sounds like that's the new thing. But just trying to be here to think about those items. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is actually something that is very moderate, but it's important. I sit on the board of directors on behalf of the city for the Greater Miami Visitors and Conventions Bureau. And one of the challenges that the Bureau is facing is, in addition to not having a convention center hotel for the convention center, even the new hotel that we're going to be building for the convention center does not provide enough rooms that the large conventions that we want to attract to Miami Beach would need. And one of the feedbacks that we are getting from the Bureau is that to attract these important large conventions that activate our city and that bring the positive activity that we want in our city, we need hotels, but not just hotels with meeting space within the hotels. And that's what the convention industry is asking for. And this kind of ties directly with that. And so that's why I feel comfortable with this. Normally, I'm not one to support any sort of code amendment that would allow for more hotel space. But with this, because of its proximity to the convention center and the need that we need to attract these conventions to push out the bad activity with good activity, I'm willing to support this.
Okay, well, it was moved and seconded support, so you can show a 3-0 on that.
Thank you very much.
Item number 5, this is mine. This was actually at the request of staff. LDR updates and resiliency code. Tom, are you going to present on this?
Yes, we had briefings with everybody, individual briefings where we went over in pretty significant detail the status of the proposed LDR updates and the code. We will be bringing it to the planning board at their July 26th meeting for transmittal, and then it will come to the commission for at least 2 readings, hopefully starting in September. We didn't, due to the length of the agenda, we didn't want to repeat the presentation, but certainly if the committee members or any members of the public have any questions with regard to this item, we can certainly address those now.
Colleagues, you've been briefed on this?
Yeah, it seems like a very straightforward restructuring of our code, the streamlines, and actually I believe, and commendations to staff, I believe it makes it more transparent, easier for people and our residents and those who wish to invest in our community to find the true information as to what they can do with their property. Oftentimes you go into the code, you see what can you do with RM2. Well, you may see part of what you could do with RM2, but then you don't see the restrictions that, 10 sections over in the code. And so I believe that this will actually make it much more transparent for everyone.
And I too had a thorough presentation, and I agree with all the comments of Commissioner Fernandez, so I'm happy to move the item.
Great, yeah. I agree. the staff did a really good job. There's a lot of good ideas in there. I'm not sure maybe when this goes to the full commission, if we could do an actual, mini presentation of highlighting some of the better ideas.
Definitely.
And the policy objectives. I think they're well conceived.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, just want to confirm with the planning director here, we're not really making any real policy changes. We're just to educate the public, what we're doing is just the structure in general, the overall structure of how the code is distributed.
Correct.
Awesome. Well, Mr. Chair, if you like, I'm happy to move your item.
Second? No, okay. Pass 3-0. Commissioner Fernandez, item number 2 is yours. It's a proposed amendment for accessory uses. Do you want to present this, or Tom?
Sure, Mr. Chair. This is actually a very straightforward item. We're trying to redefine the image of our community, and I think one of the things that we're trying to do is encourage investments in quality, high-quality restaurants, high-quality social dining. Currently, this type of activity is limited in the RPS4 regulations in South of Fifth, and pretty much what this does is that this would create parity with the hours of operations down in this area of South of Fifth. Right now, these accessory uses are limited to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Now imagine encouraging restaurant use and social dining when you limit your hours of operations to 8 p.m. and 7 days a week. It's just not feasible. You can't attract anything good. So what this would do, it would change that 8 p.m. hour to make it consistent with the rest of the area. 11 p.m. on weekdays, Sundays through Wednesday. 12 a.m. on weekends, Thursdays through Saturdays. And Mr. Planning Director, I don't know if I left anything out.
No, the only other thing would be that they would be allowed to have recorded background music played at a level that does not interfere with normal conversation. Currently, speakers and recorded music are prohibited on those rooftop areas.
And they would be required to utilize a digital tamper-resistant sound level limiter.
That's correct.
We're not just requiring it, but we're also putting the protection in place so that's not something that is abused.
That's correct.
Okay.
And these will still be subject to conditional use approval. And so you'll have a planning board order that provides another degree of safeguards and protection.
And for the benefit of the public, I believe the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association yesterday passed a resolution supporting this, as well as a Continuum Association.
I'm supportive of this. So, did you move your item?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I would just say, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for bringing this up. It wasn't brought to my attention, or I would have done it, because, when this was first passed a few years ago, the restrictions, I thought it was a bad idea. If you're so restrictive on the use, hours of operation, and things like that, you end up having empty buildings, which are really bad for neighborhoods. And, in this particular area, South of Fifth, there's a very, very large building right on South Point Drive that, sat dormant for years. They found an operator. The operator was not successful. And that building can sit dormant unless you have reasonable business rules, including reasonable hours of business operations, so that you can attract, like you say, quality operators. I'm glad this is happening. I'm told one of the businesses that they might attract on there would really be great for that area. I think it was great for you to bring this. So I think we're fully supportive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Made your job easy, but do you want to say some words?
I'll take a win.
Okay, take the win, yeah. Okay. All right.
All right, so we'll show that approval by acclamation.
Yes.
And this will go to the planning board on July 26th, and it will be coming to you for first reading in September.
Okay. Look, colleagues, items 1 and 3 are going to be meaty. We've got, Commissioner Fernandez, I think the remaining items are all yours. Do you want to try to dispense with the ones you think will be the quickest? You can choose.
Sure. So if you like, Mr. Chair, I know number 10 is going to be quick because we already got a presentation on
Yeah.
that. And
Want to do that one?
yeah, sure.
Item 10.
Yeah, item 10. So a while back, when I was just still a newbie on the commission, but now somehow over the past 6 months I've gotten some gray hairs. But I placed an
And some blonde ones.
yes,
I saw
yes.
pictures.
Well, I was
I
on
don't know how that
vacation.
happens.
Well, I was on vacation. Yes, some blonde highlights. So a while back on January 20th, I placed an item on the agenda of the City Commission to refer to this committee a discussion regarding storm drains and storm drain covers, and asked the administration to report to us on the feasibility and cost of installing these storm drain covers. And they did a few meetings back, and they did a wonderful presentation of the new generation stormwater treatment systems that are being implemented. I believe some in south of 5th. There's going to be some there also in 12th Street.
In the West Avenue project,
In West Avenue.
as well as First Street.
Right, and this new stormwater treatment system already incorporates some of these systems in order to capture this debris before it makes it into our bay and into our water systems. But what I wanted to bring to the attention as part of this discussion, and I discussed it yesterday with our Public Works Director, is the situation with street sweepers, which is what we could improve on to prevent debris from making its way into our stormwater drainage system. There's so much dirt, so much foliage, so much trash on the streets, and oftentimes because of the parked vehicles on the streets that are not moved when the streets are being cleaned, the sweepers can't effectively do their jobs of preventing them from going into the storm drains. So what I would like to do, if this committee agrees, I would like to reintroduce the pilot program we tried a few years ago that was not successful for no parking cleaning hours, and try to reintroduce that again, perhaps see if we could better market it, better communicate with the community, let them know of how important it is, to see if perhaps we may have some better success this time around in getting individuals to cooperate with the city and possibly move their cars so that our street sweepers could do a better job in collecting dirt from our neighborhoods.
We tried this once before, at least once before, and I think I was a sponsor of it.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, of requiring cars to be moved. And we got a lot of, and I strongly support it. You do it in New York, you do it in a lot of cities. You just have to get used to doing it. We got a lot of complaints from some neighbors, and despite this being the recommendation of staff at the time, commissioners do what commissioners do, is they cave to the call outs of the few, and then what happens is you just keep having debris accumulating. So like, I fully support this. I don't know whether ultimately it will be successful, but that's my 2 cents. Am I correct? I mean, we did
Yes,
this
sir.
once before. Neighbors started saying, "Oh, I got to wake up and move my car." Those same neighbors complain that debris accumulates, but
Correct.
our street sweepers cannot get under the cars.
Correct.
So debris, and sometimes people leave their cars parked 3-4 days, weeks at a time. So leaves and other debris accumulates.
So the sweeper has to move around the vehicles and then continue on because they're on a schedule.
And so, do we want to just tell residents, look, sorry for the inconvenience, but in order to keep our city clean, we have to ask you for, a minor inconvenience of, once a week for a period of time, just move your car, please. That's the issue.
Yeah, we did this a couple of years ago. I remember seeing that in my neighborhood. More recently, and I don't know if this is part of your program or not, but I've seen in my neighborhood where sometimes when the trucks come by, there'll be a person on foot with a blower, and they're blowing the material out from under the car.
Right.
Is that a pilot program?
It's not a pilot. That's part and parcel of what we do. Try to eliminate a lot of the debris that's caught on the cars, but it really doesn't capture everything, Commissioner. It's you get some of it, but not all of it. So obviously, the ideal situation would be to be able to have that side of the street open so you can go in and effectively clean it and prevent some of that debris through. But we're going to continue on, of course, if the will of the commission is to implement that pilot program that we had a couple years ago again, we'd be happy to do so.
Where did we do the pilot program? What part of the city do we know?
I believe, I'm not certain, so I can come back and report on that, but I believe it was in the Flamingo neighborhood, which is where we have a lot of density, where we have a lot of cars parked on the street. And a lot of trees. We have the big banyan trees and all that have a lot of foliage.
Right. So and the concern there is that a lot of people in the community work late hours in hospitality, and so then they get home at 5 in the morning,
Yes,
and then
sir.
they have to
Yes, sir.
move their car by 7 or so. That's a bit of a concern. Have we looked at maybe piloting in other neighborhoods?
We can certainly look at another suitable neighborhood, try that, implement that on a set schedule, and see how that works. Absolutely.
My 2 cents is, because it is your neighborhood, yours probably gets impacted the worst because not only the folks that live in that neighborhood, like you said, a lot of them do tend to work, in the nightlife industry, but also just because of the tree canopy there and the fallen leaves. Like I live in Sunset Harbor, we don't have this issue because we don't have the tree canopy. Neighborhoods like Flamingo Park are the ones that are really in need of this, but also the ones that are going to be more negatively impacted. So,
Do we use the sweepers in the single-family home neighborhoods like in Mid-Beach?
No, the street sweepers typically don't go into the single-family neighborhoods.
So how do those streets stay clean? They're just naturally clean?
Some of it goes
Point
in.
of information, Mr. Director. Because I walk Flamingo Drive in the mornings, and I see the street sweepers in Flamingo Drive. I
Right.
see them in Bayshore. I see them along 40th Street. I see them on the north parts of 41st Street early in the morning. And I hear them from my house.
No, that is true. We use the street sweepers where there's curb and gutter because that's how the sweeper lines itself. But those streets, for example, that have swale areas and all that, we typically don't because the debris will go into the swale area.
So do you want to take a look at maybe where you could possibly do a program? It seems to me like the most difficult, which I think, as you said, Chair, are the ones that need it the most, but the Flamingo Park neighborhood and also probably the area to the north, probably around 77 and to 87 there west of the west lots. That area probably would be also more difficult. A lot of folks work in hospitality and
Yes.
I don't know. I'd like to be able to try it because, as you said, they do it in New York and in other places. And
DC does it.
yeah, and but I understand the concerns of the community as well. So I'm supportive if we want to try another pilot.
Let me ask, because I don't know last time whether we did or did not, but maybe we should have some community meetings, particularly in Flamingo Park, some stretch, just to let them know it's coming.
Of course.
Maybe there's some ideas we haven't thought about, and how we minimize the impact.
Okay.
And what about instead of doing like 7 in the morning, is it possible to do 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. or something like that?
We can look at an offset schedule where it doesn't impact that peak period in the morning where people are either coming home or leaving for work.
Or sleeping.
Yeah, well, here's another idea. I mean, I'm just going to generalize, but the nightlife industry tends to happen definitely on the weekends. I don't know what your schedule is, but if you do this Mondays and Tuesdays, maybe that's less impactful to people who are working at night, who do have to keep their cars parked during the day. For the rest of the folks who work day hours, then this has less impact. But yeah, don't do it on a Thursday or Friday when they're actively working and then coming home to park. I don't know, but I think just do some community meetings.
I agree. Yeah.
Let them know it's coming, get some input.
Okay.
So we design something that
Certainly
works.
can.
And I just want to highlight how important this is, and I thank you for your support and the very good feedback, because you guys were here when it was last implemented, you sponsored it, so this is good feedback. We don't want to repeat what didn't work. To the contrary, let's test something new and see if that works. And I'll just put for the record, the Biscayne Bay, the annual Biscayne Bay progress report just came out, and areas of our bay for the 4th year straight continue getting poor scores It's the only area when you look along our bay. It's this area here in Miami Beach that is scoring poor in water quality. And I think that this is part of what we could do, better improve our sweeping skills.
We are looking into that report, and I think the method of reporting changed somewhat from the previous reports. So we're looking at that, Commissioner, because I think we have some issues with the way that was reported. But nevertheless, we understand the issue of importance of water quality, and as I've reported in the past on other committee meetings for land use, we maintain our systems
Yes.
on a quarterly basis. We pick up over 300 tons of debris annually from our bar racks and all that, so we do take it very seriously. And some of the pump stations are actually cleaned on a weekly basis because of the intensity of the debris.
So, Commissioner Fernandez, what do you want to do? Do you want to leave it here and let them come up with a plan for a pilot program, or what would you like to do with it?
I think you guys have provided good feedback. If you all don't mind, I think I would love to see them put together a proposal with the feedback that you all just provided and send it to commission and see if that works. If you all don't mind.
I'm supportive of that.
Thank you.
Can we go ahead then? This particular item was on the storm drains. Can we go ahead and close this item out?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll show this as concluded with a recommendation to be provided to the full commission.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would allow.
Yes. No, of
for the
course, yeah.
public.
I'm Jack Johnson. I'm a member of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. What happened last time basically was that a program was developed and implemented by the city without informing the neighborhood. Signs were put up, saying that during certain hours people wouldn't be able to park. So there was no neighborhood input into the proposal. So I think that's the most important key to a successful possible implementation of such a program in the future, is to work it out with the community in advance. Thank you.
Good morning, Mitch Novick. I manage a property at 6th and Jefferson. Years ago, I recall what may have been a corrections inmate team that would scour the streets, and it worked very well in keeping the storm drain in my neighborhood clear of debris. And Mr. Gomez, I'm wondering, are you familiar with that program?
No, sir,
Has it
I'm not.
ceased to exist? Tom, any recollection? Okay, but again, it may have been an inmate team. Everyone was wearing orange, but they did a great job. Thanks.
It was a county team from the county jail. They have a program. It wasn't state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Good job. We're still waiting on some of our guests. Commissioner Fernandez, you have some more?
Yeah, number 11 should be pretty easy. A while back, also on January 20th, I put a referral to this committee to discuss design guidelines for the construction of new city facilities. And the reason why I did that is because I strongly feel when we used the taxpayers' money to build new facilities, we should really be bringing into their neighborhoods buildings that are beautiful, buildings that 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now people would want to zealously fight to cherish and preserve the way we do now. And we had a discussion here, and the administration brought forth two recommendations that I think make sense. The first recommendation was creating additional criteria for all future RFPs and RFQs to further reinforce the importance of design and the caliber of the architectural and design professionals. And I think that the intent of that was for the architect to actually play a real role in this, that if the architect was playing a real role in this and that it was a good architectural firm that was involved, they would get extra points in the procurement process. Mr. Planning Director, correct me if I'm wrong?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the second recommendation the staff brought forward was creating revised standards for future selection committees to ensure that an individual with urban design experience is included to serve in selection committees to deal with these types of projects. And that makes sense to me as well. And I don't know if you want to expand on any of these 2 points.
No, I think you explained them well. If the committee is favorably disposed to these recommendations, we could bring them to the full commission a little bit more developed in consultation with our procurement department to make sure that the criteria we come up with meets all applicable procurement standards, and we could bring that to the commission as an R9 discussion item at your September meeting.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Richardson, I think, again, when we're talking about the taxpayers' dollars and creating new facilities with their dollars, I think this is something pretty simple to do to make sure that the buildings we create are not just glass and concrete boxes, but they're also beautiful buildings that people would want in their neighborhoods.
Commissioner Richardson.
I'm supportive. I guess my only question or potential concern could be the cost associated with that. So have we looked at that?
No, this is something that I could discuss that with the procurement director. I don't think it'll have a significant cost implication because a lot of what we're recommending is at the front end. So we're not saying you have to go out and hire Zaha Hadid or Rem Koolhaus to design a pump station. But what we are saying is that we want you to involve an architect in terms of the exterior components at the very beginning, and just don't have an architect that's there to check a box, but actually have them participate.
And this relates to just public buildings, or?
Correct.
Okay. And so what's your recommendation, Tom?
That we would bring these 2 items to the full commission, further developed in consultation with the procurement department, just to make sure that the criteria and standards that we develop are consistent with our procurement regulations.
Okay. And is there more work that needs to be done before the commission would hear the item, or do you feel like you've got this ready to go back to the commission?
I think based upon this discussion with this direction, it's ready to go to the full commission. We'll come up with some criteria in discussion with the procurement director, and we can put it on as an R9 discussion item so we can take the commission through that and get your recommendation.
So the only question I would have is, do we want to have you do that first and bring it back here and let us look at it since you haven't developed it yet?
We could. If you'd prefer to discuss it in committee.
I would like to do that.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
because we could take more time.
Yeah, I would like to do that as well. So, because we don't really know what we're going to be looking at this point, so I'd rather have you guys develop the guidelines, try to get some public input to that, or we could have the public input here, I guess, once it comes back. But yeah, I'd like to see it so we can comment on it before we send it back to the full commission.
Okay, and I'll ask the procurement director if he or a representative could also attend the next land use committee meeting, in case there's any specific questions regarding how this would impact the procurement process.
So when do you think that you could have the draft done? Is that something September?
If you want to continue this to the September land use committee meeting, we can have something for you by then.
That would be my preference, if that's okay with you,
Sure.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, absolutely. We can, and I think that makes sense. I wanted to clear the chair's dock a little bit of items that I've been carrying over months, but I think it makes sense. It makes our commission meetings more efficient. We get to deliberate it here, streamline and fix
We have more fun here.
before it goes to before it goes to commission. So I fully support that, and I move that.
Yeah. Well, let me just say, so thank you for bringing this up. I'm fully supportive. I think it's one of the things when I first took office, I had said to our administration, challenge them, like, if any building that we're going to be building, to aspire to make that really nice. With some exceptions throughout the country, including our own city, for the most part, nobody designs uglier buildings than government, because lots of reasons, right? They want to go cheap, or they just lack imagination, or they lack guts to aspire to do something great. I mean, if you travel even in our own country, and certainly across Europe and other regions, some of the best buildings were designed by government. And there's no reason we should not hold ourselves to that same standard. And it doesn't have to be expensive. You can do amazing things with just facades and artistic elements outside of buildings. You can do a lot with lighting these days and landscaping. But, if we're building, whether it's a garage, a pump station, or, a government building for office workers, there's no reason it shouldn't be something that promotes excellence and inspires our children and future generations. So fully supportive, and why I'd like to keep this in committee to work with
Absolutely.
staff with suggestions. Tom, you might look to, I'm sure there's, architects out there and other professionals that have put out best practices in design for government buildings that won't break the bank, but that we can just incorporate into, future RFPs as we go to build buildings. Interesting that you mentioned Zaha Hadid. If you remember, many years ago, she had proposed to build a garage in Collins Park. Unfortunately, that did break the bank. But I remember we said, okay, we can't afford that, but what we will do instead is we will build something very, very nice for the neighborhood on a budget-friendly basis. And my personal feeling is that garage is quite nice. I think it'll stand the test of time. It didn't cost a fortune, and that facade, that grill, which is really a piece of art, is magnificent, and it hides what tends to be a very ugly building, which is a parking garage. So there's no reason we shouldn't always try to do that. So thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you, colleagues, and I look forward, Mr. Director, to bringing this back in September.
Okay, I'll show that done by acclamation.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
You want to do item 12? I'm dying to know what you have against vitamin shops.
And I actually had this conversation yesterday with the planning director, because it makes it sound like I have something against vitamin shops, and absolutely not. The thing is, Vitamin Shop is wonderful. 2 or 3 of them, close to each other, and when it incorporates, what are they, the CBD and the hemp stores and all that, then it becomes tacky. And that is what's happened on Lincoln Road. I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you've walked at Lincoln Road and seen the stores selling the CBD and the THC, and they're right next to each other. And they display the marijuana leaf on there, and nothing against marijuana, but
we don't need it in every other block.
But is that what we want to be displaying when we want to be promoting, upscale retail on Lincoln Road? And so then we ended up with these 2 retail spaces right next to each other. Then the block east, another location opened with these products. And then across the way,
they're like luggage stores and cell phone repair shops. They're sort of, a low-end retail experience. So I'm fully supportive. The question I had for you, we call these nuisance type retail. Are there other retail operators that we should think about incorporating besides, vitamin shops?
I don't think so. I think you and Mr. Chair, you've done a very good job leading with this, and I think that perhaps from my perspective, maybe this one just didn't make it in previous legislation we've had in place, because in 2019 was when the state legislature created the state hemp program, and this program provides that hemp is not a controlled substance, and because hemp is not a controlled substance, now it can be sold in all of these stores, and our only way of regulating it is under the dietary supplement or vitamin categories in our zoning code. And that's why, we have to bring in this way. And Mr. Director, I don't know if you want to just explain this a little bit better than what I can.
Yeah, I think you covered it all fairly well, Commissioner Fernandez. What this does is it creates a definition for vitamin and supplement stores. And while it would prohibit these types of uses in certain defined areas, it would also create distance separation requirements in other areas. And I think more importantly, it would set forth regulations for these types of supplements being sold on an accessory basis. So someone can't game this by calling themselves just a retail clothing store that sells a lot of CBD and hemp. You could still sell these materials on an accessory basis, but you would not be able to have any signage and you wouldn't be able to display them. So Publix and Walgreens and CVS can still sell the CBD oil, but they wouldn't be able to have signage or displays in their front window. And this particular item, it was not a dual referral, so if the committee is supportive of it, we will bring it to the full commission as a C4 referral to the planning board to amend the ordinance.
Yes, thank you. So are there any applicable state laws on this? I know a few years ago this state did pass, but they didn't set any restrictions, did they? Or
no, as long as the percentage of THC is under a certain amount, the state doesn't regulate it.
0.3%.
0.3%. Once you go above that, then you're considered cannabis. And in Miami Beach, and actually I think in the state, cannabis can only be sold for medical purposes, and we have a separate set of regulations for medical cannabis dispensaries.
yeah, I think we either have some zones or some. Now, what about the leaf and the advertising and what's on the window? Are we allowed to do any restrictions on that?
I believe that, well, in the medical cannabis, for medical cannabis establishments, we do have regulations regarding that. But for non-medical cannabis, I don't know if we can regulate the content of a signage like that. Nick, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. There have been a series of Supreme Court cases in the last few years that have restricted the ability of local governments to adopt content-based regulations on signage. So I think the restrictions in our code that we have on signage for cannabis dispensaries, that's a controlled substance. I think there's a strong record supporting that. But I think for products that are not controlled and are otherwise generally available, I think that would be tougher for us to do.
And what about, Tom, you said on an accessory basis, other stores could still provide the items. Is there a percentage of, like, how do you guide that? Is that percentage of revenue or square footage? Or
it would be basically what we've done in the ordinance is we've established that a vitamin shop is any commercial establishment where the primary use is selling one or more of the following products. And so generally what we've done in the past, if more than 50% of the floor area is used for these products, then they would be considered a vitamin store. So if they wanted to fall under the accessory use category, no more than 49% of the floor area could be used for these types of products. At that point, they would be considered an accessory use, but they would not be able to have any of that accessory signage or accessory window display. They could only have that signage and window display if they are a primary use, and the primary use is what has the distance separation requirements and the prohibition in certain areas of the city.
So that seems like a really high percentage to me. So you're saying if someone were a clothing store that did 51% clothing and 49% of these other products, they would not have a distance separator.
No.
So
we could add a percentage. We could certainly, if you wanted to say something like no more than 25% of the area would be utilized for this type of merchandise, then it would be considered an accessory use, or we could use a more definitive benchmark in that regard.
I would think that, I don't know how you feel about it, it's your item, but I don't like the fact that it could be so high. 49% is...
Absolutely.
You
I think
it needs to be a much smaller number, either 10 or 20%, I would think. And then what areas of the city would this cover? Is this citywide?
Yes. The prohibition...
The minimum distance requirement is citywide. The prohibition is only limited to the CD2 districts, the CD3 districts of Lincoln Road.
That's correct.
Between Alton and Collins.
Correct.
So I'm supportive of this. The only thing that I'd like to see a change in the percentage on the accessories used, because I think 450 is too high.
I welcome your amendment.
Yeah, I
I
agree
think
with
it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I support the lower number
Well,
than the higher number.
I
So
do
what,
too.
could we say 10%?
Sure. 10%.
Nick, is that?
Is that okay with you, Rick?
By the way, hello. You see, I always look this way. Hello, how are you?
Good
How's the
morning.
weather? Good morning.
I think that's fine. The only question is going to be, as a matter of enforcement, making sure that when they come in with their applications that they show how much square footage is dedicated.
Yeah, we require a floor plan for any change of use, and so we actually require floor plans to comply with other sections of the code that limit the display area of certain types of products. So we would just implement that here.
I support your amendment, and I move.
We'll make that change prior to bringing it to the commission for referral to the planning board.
Okay, so if you moved your item, Commissioner Fernandez, I will second it, and we'll.
You want to co-sponsor with me?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I welcome
All right.
that. How about you?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Cool.
Happy to.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you.
I
Right,
appreciate
so I'll
that.
show Commissioners Ariola and Richardson as co-sponsors. Okay.
Okay. Last item, item 8, not last item of the day, but before we get into the
I'm
heavier
really
stuff.
interested in this one.
Meats and potatoes.
Number 8, Commissioner Fernandez, this is also yours. This is to discuss potential criteria to address noise associated with conditional use permit applications.
Yes. Thank you for calling this item. I referred this item back in December. And I think it's important because I think there's a lot of work to do in terms of noise, in terms of what do we really want to prohibit in the city? What do we not want to prohibit? What type of entertainment do we want to allow and not allow, especially to make businesses and our commercial spaces financially viable for positive activity? And I think in order to do that, in order to determine, do we want to allow someone with a guitar at a restaurant to play at a restaurant in the right areas, or do we want to allow someone with bongos at a restaurant? We need to first maybe correct some of our regulations and our enforcement mechanisms. And one of the recommendations that came out from the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association that had been dealing with this because of the issues with the property at 1234 Washington Avenue was that they recommended in part that the City Commission give guidance to the city administration to include provisions that pretty much says that audio from a property within 335 feet of a residential building cannot penetrate, that the low-frequency vibrations and that the noise cannot penetrate into residential buildings. That was one of the recommendations that came from them. The other one was to enforce the provisions of the county ordinance prohibiting the production or reproduction of sound in such a manner that disturbs the peace, quiet, and comfort of the neighborhood inhabitants, or at any time with louder volume that is necessary for convenient hearing for the person or persons who are in the room, vehicle, or chamber, etc. Nick, you and I spoke about this yesterday. One of the things that I wanted to bring forward from this recommendation is that, in fact, if after 11 p.m. there's noise being heard within a residential property, noise and vibration. It's not just noise. Part of the problem is vibration from the bass that comes from these establishments. If within 100 feet that's being felt inside of a residential property, well, perhaps that shouldn't be allowed. And maybe during daytime, it's not 100 feet, maybe it's 375 feet, so that it's further away. But it starts to create a benchmark to correct this, so that if we can correct this, we can hopefully then give the opportunity for other types of entertainment that perhaps we may not be allowing now because we're putting the safeguards in place for the neighborhoods. And one of the things that I think we should strongly be discussing is a possibility of placing decibel meters in establishments for not only for enforcement purposes, which, by the way, it could be, I believe, from my understanding, could be done for enforcement purposes because now the city could be notified by the device itself, but it also informs the business, the property owner, the manager of the establishment when the noise is elevating too high. So these are some of the points that I wanted to bring forward with this. I don't know, Mr. Director, if you want to build upon it, or Nick, if you want to build upon what I mentioned.
I think we could look, if the committee was interested in a code amendment, it would probably be an amendment to the city code, but that's something that we could certainly explore.
And I think the planning board currently has the authority to impose conditions to mitigate the noise associated with a conditional use. If you're looking to strengthen, the minimum standards that would apply to certain CUP applications, we would want to work with Tom to try to identify how we do that. I think the planning board has leeway now. One size doesn't usually fit all, but there could be some minimum standards that we could include in the code.
And I think that, to your point, Commissioner, that's what you were looking for, is above and beyond what would be required for a CUP, because not every establishment has to go and get a CUP.
That's right.
This would be a standard that would apply to everybody.
Right.
Much like our current noise requirements that apply to everybody citywide, you're talking about strengthening it even further to have these standards regarding being audible within a residential unit.
If you're a residential unit within 375 feet of an establishment, do you really want to be feeling the vibration of this? And a lot of times that's really the problem. It's not even the noise. It's more the vibration that's been really the source of a lot of issues with individuals. And then I feel at night, independent of if an establishment has a CUP or not, the same thing, the noise and the vibration, making sure it's not affecting residential properties more than 100 feet away of these establishments. So I just wanted to put these recommendations before the committee for your feedback.
So how does this fit in with, there's another item that's moving along on meters and ticketing and so forth. How do these, would this be the same type of device, or do we know how that would work?
I believe that's separate. I think that's going to be discussed by the commission tomorrow, but I believe that pertains to cameras that have sound sensors, and I think that's something that's going to be in the right-of-way, whereas I think, Commissioner Fernandez, what you're talking about is a code requirement regarding the audibility within any existing residential unit if you're within a certain number of feet of an establishment.
And Commissioner, if you yield, the item on tomorrow's agenda pertains specific to vehicles for noise meters to, I guess, issue warnings or something like that.
Yeah, so I think our code does not rely on a decibel level indicator for code enforcement. It's more subjective. I was looking at this probably 2 years ago because I'd like to see something more objective. I think the county uses a decibel level metric, and I think we're going to have to change that first before but I think it'd be a great idea if we could look at that and have an objective measurement of how we're going to do enforcement on noise. And then I really like the idea of having the meter that would inform both enforcement and also the establishment, because the establishment doesn't want to mess up. And I know, in fact, some of them literally have people outside with decibel meters trying to monitor themselves. And so I don't know, Commissioner, if you've thought about you might want to work on the other piece first in terms of changing our code so that we can have a decibel level metric for enforcement, because I would be very supportive of that, because I think you have to do that first before the other, because right now we don't have anything, in my understanding, that speaks to decibel level, and I think you have to have that first.
I would, and through the chair, I think it would be great to look at that in this committee, and I'm happy to work with the body on legislation having to do with that. Our enforcement today depends in large part on an officer's auditory senses.
Yeah.
And that to me is a concern. Our officers, whether law enforcement, well, code is also law enforcement, all of our officers, they're put through a great toll. And to say that we're now making enforcement based on something that's subjective, individual to each person, rather than something that is defined in the code and that can be regulated through a sound pressure meter or a decibel meter, to me is concerning. And so I would love to work with you on that. There's other things that perhaps are less scientific, which is feeling a vibration within 375 feet. That we don't need a meter to tell us that. Hearing the noise within 375 feet as well, and that's something that I think maybe we could work on, because that's different. There we're talking about what's actually being heard inside of a residential property within a certain distance. And I don't know if you would feel comfortable asking the administration and Nick to work on a piece of legislation to bring back to us specifically on that, while we also work on the decibel system.
I would look at it first on the decibel, because I looked at this a couple of years ago, and if you'd like, I'd love to work with you on that,
Yeah.
And we can have a sunshine meeting and talk about that more. The thought of the vibration and the sound that a person might hear, though, is, again, I think getting into the subjective, because someone's hearing might be better than other, and I think it's going to be tricky. So I kind of like to work on the other first and get that, because I'd really love to see us go towards an objective metric. I really don't. And I don't think it's good for our code officers either, right? Because they're out there trying to do their job, and then someone's saying, well, your subjective hearing is different from my subjective hearing, and it puts them in an awkward. It'd be better just to have a meter and have it recorded. They could take a picture of the meter, and then it's recorded, in terms of what the score is. So I kind of like to work on that and then keep it here and then come back if that's something that is okay with you.
Yeah. And Ricky, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I fully support keeping it here so we can, workshop it further. And I might ask if we can reach out to some business owners, particularly whether the hotels or nightclubs that, tend to be the folks that are in violation of noise ordinances, for best practices, things that, we should consider for any, future ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I don't know, Commissioner Fernandez,
Because it's not just it's not just the decibel. I think it's an important tool just to level the playing field, to be fair for everybody, clear rules of the road. But we might also have things like soundproofing requirements.
Yes.
For a
Right.
CUP. There's a lot you can do with design in terms of doors and double doors,
The vestibules.
soundproofing, all of those types of things. Tom, if you want to reach out to whether they're sound consultants and or just local business operators for best practices, so that when we're issuing these CUPs, we can make that part of the requirement.
And building upon your comment, just a quick question, a point of information. Has the procurement on the sound consultant for the city been completed yet? Have we retained someone?
I don't think so. I think that's coming before you, if not July 20th, in September. But we did get that additional criteria that you had asked for, and that was made
We were
part
able
of
to
it.
amend the procurement to have
Yes.
that consultant guide us on policy and legislation to reform the system.
So we could, once they're chosen, we could tap into their expertise for this.
To help us come up with a decibel policy. Good.
and maybe we can look at what the county's doing, because they already have something in place, and maybe we can start with that and then see how we want to do it. Is this something you all can work on during the August break, or?
Yeah, we could work on it in August, and if you want to continue this to September, we could at least come back with an update. One of the things we would need to do is work pretty closely with code compliance in the city attorney's office, because I know in the past they've expressed some concerns with the objectivity, ironically, of a decibel-based system. So I think having them attend the meeting to be part of the discussion would be helpful.
And without getting into the detail of that now, I would just ask if the sponsor is interested in pursuing modifying the standard in the noise ordinance, if you would place a new referral, because I think
Yes.
whether to rewrite the noise ordinance is going to be a major policy initiative. Our current standard was upheld by the federal 11th Circuit and blessed by the 11th Circuit as constitutional. So I would want to make sure that our office is really involved from the outset. And then, Mr. Chairman, we also have a few hands up on Zoom whenever you're ready.
Sure. Do you want to call the first one?
Sure. The first caller is Jeff Donnelly.
Morning, Jeff. Are you calling about this item? Item 8?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Jeff.
Good, thank you. Yes, I believe you should have the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association resolution in front of you. It was occasioned by the difficulties that our residents had with one operator at 601, 685 Washington Avenue. The basic idea behind the neighborhood's plea to everybody involved is that audio from the rooftop outdoor venues should stay on that rooftop. And we have good examples on Washington Avenue. The Moxie, for example, from which is between 9th and 10th, has had only one noise violation. They have a rooftop venue that has audio, but the audio is held below what is called entertainment level. And that really, does in fact shield the neighborhood very well so far. So that the 601, 685, unfortunately, is allowed entertainment level noise audio from their rooftop, and that occasioned multiple valid complaints found valid by the special master as well, as far as I understand it. I also would hesitate to say that decibels are going to be objective in this sense. Yeah, you're going to have a reading, but it's very much like the red light camera issue, or the officer can see somebody going through a red light, and that testimony is generally accepted in a court. Can the officer hear the audio coming from a particular rooftop? And you can distinguish it by what's being played. Our residents, in fact, can name the performers who are performing on these rooftops because they can recognize them. And that's not, that's just not proper for a residential neighborhood. It also goes against one of the city's desires, by the way. People are now working from home, and they're working because they need to use electronics to do that. When this type of outdoor entertainment that we had from 601, 685 back, almost a year ago now, that directly interfered with people doing their job, working. And that was during the daytime. So that's one factor. There's a lot involved here, and I would really caution about decibels because it's my understanding the county does not use decibels. That's not, at least when the ordinance that I read. They basically, the city's noise ordinance was essentially modeled after the county's. It's audible. Is the noise audible? And that's, it's a simple enough standard. Just like, did the car go through the stop sign? Did the car go through the red light? It's a pretty direct statement by a law enforcement officer or a code enforcement officer. So thanks very much for letting me share that.
Thanks, Jeff. Next caller?
Our next caller is Marty.
Okay, Martin?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. You calling about this item?
I am.
Okay.
Appreciate everyone recognizing the problem of hearing the music that you can't turn down in your apartment and feeling the vibrations. But I also want to speak about music from a rooftop on Washington coming over to Euclid, a residential street, and creating essentially a party in the streets atmosphere where kids will come and they will bring their own booze and other things, and making by by allowing this, a residential district into an entertainment district. And so I think that it's not just a noise issue, it's a public safety issue. And what plays on the roof stays on the roof. Thanks.
Is there another caller?
No more callers.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, what I'm going to do is, following the recommendation of the Deputy City Attorney, I'm going to submit a new request to the City Attorney for the referral. That's what the guidance we've gotten here today. And Commissioner Richardson, maybe we could have a sunshine meeting during the August recess, since things are going to be quiet. Just bring some activity into the building to discuss this further together with staff and our attorneys, if you're open to that.
Let's look at the possibility of a date.
Awesome. Sounds
So
good.
the other thing is, I just want to say I totally agree with the comment that was last made about, not allowing the music in one venue to create something on the street, because that's exactly what's going on Ocean Drive that we're trying to correct. Is the people that can't necessarily go into the venue are hanging out on the street, and they're partying in the street and on the sidewalk because they can enjoy the music that way. So
The free party.
Yeah, free party.
Yep.
So.
All right.
With the new referral that you're going to be doing, do you want to conclude this item and then that new referral would take the place of this, or do you want to leave this on?
This is different because this is relating to some recommendations from the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association that I'd like to see if you guys could bring back here, more ironed out. And then while Commissioner Richardson and I work on something that perhaps we could bring back having to do with decibel system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll continue this to September 16th, and we'll take a look at the Flamingo Park neighborhood recommendations and address those.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll show that done by acclamation.
Thank you, colleagues. Dispensed of a lot of items.
Great job. Okay.
Thank you.
We have items 1 and 3.
I'm still waiting on.
You're still waiting on your folks for item 1. Okay. We could take a brief recess. I believe the folks who are going to present item 3 are going to be here at 10:45. You guys want to take a 7-minute recess?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. We'll reconvene at 10:45. All right. We're coming back from recess, and we'll resume our meeting. I'm going to call up item number 3, which Mayor Gelber is sponsoring. This is a proposal to amend our LDR to create an Oceanside FAR overlay between 66th and 68th Streets in North Beach. I know my colleagues have been briefed on it. I think lots of members of the public that are here and maybe watching have read some articles about this. I think this is a very, in my opinion, compelling project, not just for Miami Beach, but North Beach in particular. We've got the developer and his team here today. Some folks that need no introduction. But Tom, why don't you give us a brief intro to this, and then we'll call up the developer and his team to present.
Sure. I'll be very brief in the interest of time because we have had some briefings and we went over most of the details in the Land Use Committee memo. But this was an item that was a dual referral to both the Land Use Committee and to the Planning Board. In light of the critical path for this proposal, which requires commission review and approval of a ballot question at your July 20th meeting, we went ahead and took this to the Planning Board at their July 21st meeting. The Planning Board considered 2 separate ordinances. One would be an amendment to the comprehensive plan to allow for an increase in intensity within the proposed overlay area, and the other is an amendment to the land development regulations to create the actual overlay for the specific properties identified and allow for a potential increase in FAR of between 3.0 for certain lots and up to 4.5 for lots that meet the minimum benchmarks. The Planning Board at their June 21st meeting did endorse the proposal. They did recommend a number of things regarding the future public benefits that would be associated with the development agreement that would become part of the overlay. And they also had recommended that the boundaries of the overlay be expanded to include the Sherry Frontenac property to the south. As we noted in our briefings and as noted in the Land Use Committee memo, after looking at it very carefully, the administration does not recommend expanding the boundaries to include the Sherry Frontenac property for a number of reasons. And we instead would recommend that the original boundaries that are drafted move forward for consideration. So with that, if there's any specific questions as we move through the discussion and public comment, we can certainly answer those questions, but I can go ahead and turn it over to the development team to make their presentation.
Okay. Before you come up, Neeson, colleagues, do you want to have some maybe introductory remarks or thoughts?
I'll just say that I'm looking forward to the presentation, and it seems like the big question, the open question, is on the I guess the size or the expansion of the overlay. So I would just say whoever's here to speak on that, in addition to the presentation you're going to make, I would hope that you would speak to that issue as well, so that we can consider that issue, because it seems like we've got one position from the administration and another position from the planning board. So thank you.
And Commissioner Fernandez, any opening remarks?
I think our community is interested in knowing more about what a potential development agreement could look like. We're seeing numbers, but we don't have much more information other than a number in height increase and FAR increase. And I think, the big question is, what's this building going to look like? Why is this FAR being asked for? What does the development agreement and public benefits look like for the community?
Let me try to exercise a little bit of the chairman's prerogative here, just to sort of frame. I think everybody here knows what's going on, but for folks who may be watching, or just to memorialize. So, we're dealing with a property that's beloved by many in our community, the Deauville. A lot of historic significance as far as it pertains to events that have taken place there. And however one looks at it, sadly, unfortunately, facts of life, the building has now been deemed, uninhabitable, an unsafe structure, and we've gotten a court order for immediate demolition. The judge in his comments also thinly warned us as commissioners that further delay, he might consider us in contempt of that order. There are lots of things to be discussed here, but hanging over us is that the building, however one feels about it, is going to come down. We're going to get a lot of comments about things, but I advise members of the public to not go down that path. We have a court order on this. As commissioners, we've been warned that delays would not be viewed favorably by the court. So I think what we need to start thinking about is, what is the future of this property? The circumstances, in my opinion, have been fortuitous that we have this particular developer who has an amazing reputation throughout the world, but particularly here in Miami Beach, who's come forward with, I think, an interesting project that we should talk about today, and voters may be voting on in November. So I think what we have to do is try to make the best of the situation, and I think we can have an amazing outcome if we all work together.
Ready, Mr. Chair? If I could ask the IT to promote the slideshow.
And Mr. Chairman, how much time would you like to allow for the presentation?
How much time do you need just to...
I think we'll need 15 minutes at least.
If you need it, fine. If you can do it in 10, that's better. Just because we're going to have a very long discussion, and we still have another big item after this one. So
I understand.
Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Neeson Kasdan and Chris Pinellas of Ackerman LLP, representing the related companies, and Steve Ross with me here today. And you'll hear from him shortly. Is Stephen Ross, who's the founder and principal owner of the related companies. He's with his partner as well, who's locally based here, Roberto Rocha, as well as the Senior Vice President of Related, Jordan Vargas. I want to start this presentation, and I'll turn it over to Stephen Ross shortly, by underscoring how fortunate we are to have what is being presented to this community by Steve. The first slide you see there is an overview of some of the Related Companies' most famous projects, which I will talk about in a little bit greater length shortly. Next slide, please. The Related Company its roots were in affordable housing and remains today the largest owner of affordable housing in the United States. But as you can also see, they work in many diverse areas, from things such as direct real estate development, hotels, and sustainability. Next slide, please. I'd like to focus on some of the works that have made Stephen Ross and the Related Companies world famous. There is no larger private development in the United States, and it is widely lauded for its architecture and for its infusion of cultural and art than Hudson Yards, which revitalized that whole area west of the train station. And it is a monument and looked upon worldwide as one of the most important developments. Next slide, please. And those of you may also remember that Stephen Ross developed the Time Warner Center, now the Deutsche Bank Center, in Columbus Circle. Columbus Circle at that time was a depressed area, not headed in the right direction, and this project single-handedly revitalized Columbus Circle and the surrounding areas. Next slide, please. Closer to home, Stephen Ross and his partners are largely, almost singularly responsible for the revitalization of downtown West Palm Beach through City Place, now known as Rosemary Square. You're looking at an image of the site before he started to redevelop that property, which was a CRA, slum and blighted, and was a drag on the entirety of West Palm Beach. Next slide, please. And this is what's there today. A magnificent mixed-use project with retail, residential, culture, and now office as well, that probably is the greatest CRA revitalization success ever in the state of Florida, and has a major cultural component as well. You'll see there the Harriet Himmel Theater, which was a former church, which is now an important cultural venue that they have restored in downtown West Palm. Next slide. And the benefits of that development are now radiating further out throughout all of downtown West Palm as new office development that the Related Companies is undertaking is getting underway, making that a truly vibrant and vital 24/7 community, just like we want to create here in Miami Beach. Next slide, please. And of course, it goes without saying, all of you know what Stephen Ross has done through his ownership of the Miami Dolphins and Hard Rock Stadium, which has become one of the most important sporting venues in the world. Not only did he put hundreds of millions of his own money into renovating the stadium, but when the Miami Open needed a new home, he created and built a magnificent facility for that, so that one of the most important tennis events in the world is still taking place here. He also developed the property to host Formula One race, which has brought so much fame and positive investment and money to this community, now has a permanent home there as well. And as I think you also know, it will also be hosting the World Cup. What that has done for the community, combined with the extraordinary charitable donations and support that have come from the Dolphins and the stadium, is just been a gift to our community. Next slide, please. And of course, Steve has asked, and Frank Gehry is enthusiastically going to be the architect on this proposed development. You see there the most recently completed partnership between Frank Gehry and Steve Ross, which is across the street from Disney Hall in downtown Los Angeles, which Gehry also designed. Next slide, please. And of course, I think you are familiar with Geary's works around the world. The Guggenheim in Bilbao actually gave birth to a term for revitalization through great architecture and investment. It's called the Bilbao effect. That was due to the Guggenheim in Bilbao. And of course, closer to home, Frank Gehry designed our own New World Center just a block away. Next slide, please. One thing that I want to announce today is the extraordinary economic impact that this project will have on Miami Beach, and in particular North Beach. We are presenting you with Lambert Advisory's economic impact analysis of the redevelopment that is proposed by Steve Ross and Frank Gehry for that site. Let me just highlight one number, because there will be millions in additional tax revenue to the city, hundreds of well-paying permanent jobs, and benefits beyond just this project. But this project alone, when completed and stabilized in 2028, will generate $6.4 million annually that will go into the North Beach CRA, since this is in the CRA, to fund all of the projects that people hope for and want and need in the North Beach area. Over the 23-year life of remaining life of the CRA, the net present value of that will be $100 million. And that doesn't include the multiplier effect by other development and other additional raising and property values that will benefit from this catalytic project. Next slide, please. I'd now like to bring up Steve to go through with you his thoughts on the plan and the development, and then I'll briefly come back to talk about the size of the overlay district.
Thank you, Neeson. I'm very excited to be here today and to present to you our plans for the Deauville site. I grew up in Miami Beach, graduated from Miami Beach High School in 1958, which probably, and I've really watched the growth of Miami Beach. And while I don't live here, I lived here for many years till my parents died, and I started my career in New York, where I started the related companies, and we've grown to be the largest developer in the United States. But coming back to Miami Beach at this stage in my life and doing something that can be impactful to a community that I grew up in is very important to me. And when the opportunity to redevelop the Deauville site, which I remember because my father was the manager of what was then the Martinique Hotel, which was at 64th and Collins. My grandfather owned it. And then living and growing up in North Beach, I know the area intimately and have not seen it change as much as the rest of Miami Beach has changed, as the rest of it really hasn't really kept pace. And so when the opportunity to do something that could have a big impact on the community, because as a developer, I think we live to do, or I do, to do impactful projects and really work with the communities and really make the communities better. And that's how our philosophy has been, and that's why we've grown to do the type of projects we do by doing best-in-class projects and doing something with the community and helpful to that community. So that's the reason why I'm really interested in doing something here. I've never done anything in Miami Beach. I've certainly done a lot of things in Dade County here, and will hopefully continue to do that. So let me tell you a little bit about the project. Knowing Miami Beach and knowing the controversies that exist around projects and redevelopment, I thought to really do something when you're tearing down a building that you get everything to do the best in class and create the next great landmark historic buildings. So I've been working with Frank Gehry for years, and I got Frank Gehry who really has a real infinity desire to do things in Miami Beach. He's very proud of what he's done here already. His family has some type of relationship here. And so Frank has agreed to do this project. So when you bring in probably the greatest living architect you know you're creating something will be a future landmark, and to work with the communities. And that's what we've really done, and how we've really grown is by working with the communities and understanding it. But building something that will really have an impact on Miami Beach, North Beach, and you could see just what the Four Seasons Hotel has done for Surfside, you know, and we all know Miami Beach, comparing it to Surfside and knowing the highest prices in the area are in Surfside. You know, being a former Miami Beach resident, I got to shake my head, and I guess everybody does. But it's the reason of doing something right with really the highest of quality and best in class. So that's what we're, you know, as I said before, we're trying to do. So let me just show you a little bit of the plans of what it is. For the commission meeting on July 20th, Frank will be here to present. Right now, we only have what are kind of drawings to show you of the site plan and massing, but we'll have a little more design because we really haven't been on the project this long. This here, what we're doing is it's over 500 feet of land along Collins Avenue. And what we're doing is putting it into two buildings and opening up the space in between. The space between the two buildings is over 200 feet. And it's over an acre, which is something very unique to development in Miami Beach or of hotels. So what this project has, it has a garage on Indian Creek, so you don't have to build the project up on a podium to supply the parking. And so therefore it will be open and people will be able to look through the project, and a great landscape plaza in the middle where you come into on grade into the porte cochere for both of the buildings. And so you can see there the massing, and with that, you'll be able to, once you get on the site, it certainly has a slight incline because of the environmental issues today with resiliency, and we all know what that's about. But you'll be able to open, it'll be totally open, and along Collins Avenue, they'll be totally landscaped, and it won't be like a walled off, and there's no need for retail along Collins Avenue on that side. So you'll have the beautiful entrance. It'll be like two towers in a park, if you will. So let me just, we're out of time? No. Okay. So you can see there the space. It'll all be landscaped beyond the porte cochere when you enter through 67th and Collins. And then when you look at it, those are all rectangles. But knowing Frank Gehry, you know you won't be looking at rectangular buildings and swimming pools and things like that. But it just gives you an idea of the site plan and the massing. Next. You see as the building tapers up, you can see how small the buildings are. They're 13,000, less than 15,000 square feet each of the buildings, and the distance between them. So there you can see. And in the middle, there'll be a Frank Gehry sculpture as well. So from that standpoint, amongst all the great landscaping.
And viewable from the beach walk.
Yes.
If I may talk, this is about the overall size of the overlay district, and then I'd like Steve to make a couple concluding remarks, but I'd like to address this briefly since this issue has been presented to you. The thought behind the overlay district was very well thought out. The idea behind it is to create a catalytic, transformative project by incentivizing the redevelopment of the large site, which is the Deauville Hotel property. Now, next to the Deauville, to the south, is a 25,000 square foot vacant lot. And to the north is a lot and a half, 41,000 square feet. Those properties have remained vacant and undeveloped for many years and are also a drag on the revitalization of North Beach. Now, clearly, when a project like Steve Ross is contemplating, if I may have a few more minutes, Mr. Chair, like Steve Ross is contemplating, will infuse and development and investment throughout the area. But those lots today are under 45,000 square feet to the north and to the south. In the RM3 zoning district today, the base zoning is 3.0, but if your lot is under 45,000 square feet, it's 2.25. So just by virtue of being in this district as is proposed, if each of those are developed individually as development sites, without doing anything, without a development agreement, without bringing Frank Gehry, without anything, they get an automatic 33% increase in FAR from 2.25 to 3.0. We think the redevelopment of those sites would be beneficial, but we do not want to see inappropriate redevelopment of those sites that also could impact the Deauville project. I would also point out that the Sherry Frontenac, let's take a look at that site, just so you understand what they're proposing. The Sherry Frontenac, as you see in the bottom of the screen, that property is composed of 4 lots. On 3 of those lots, the Sherry Frontenac sits, about 75,000 square feet of land. Then there's the vacant lot of 25,000 square feet. If a 4.5 FAR was to be applied to the entire Sherry Frontenac site, the existing Sherry Frontenac is built on those 3 lots to almost 3.0 FAR, about 225,000 square feet roughly. They would have an additional 1.5 of FAR times 75,000 square feet of land. That would be 112,000 square feet of development rights, which they could then add to the vacant lot, which is at a 4.5 FAR, would have 112,000 square feet of development rights. Together, on a 25,000 square foot lot, you would have 225,000 square feet of development rights, an FAR of 9, which is much higher than anything ever built in the history of the city of Miami Beach, even then when there was a 6.0 FAR. This gives them the ability to redevelop that site, and if it was developed together with the Sherry Frontenac property, you understand in this city, the wider your parcel, the greater the side yard setbacks. So as it is, that parcel today is largely undevelopable because of the enormous side setbacks they would have to have before they could build the pedestal and then the tower. So this frees up that parcel. So I just wanted to share this with you because this really falls under the category of no good deed goes unpunished. The proposed overlay is helping them and incentivizing them significantly to redevelop their property. But what is proposed, as the planning director has said, is not good planning and is not the kind of catalytic project. I'll just say one more thing and then bring Steve up to conclude. The Deauville site is 166,000 square feet. A site of that size is where you can have the flexibility and the creativity to create something great. The only other site approximately of that size, a little bit larger, is the Carillon site, which already has a 4.5 FAR and has a building height of 378 feet, higher than proposed in this overlay. And if you go further south nearby, you have Akoya with a 500-foot height, a larger site, and Lagorce Palace with a 323-foot site. So a large site in this area, this is appropriate, it's contextual, and what is being asked for will incentivize the redevelopment that Steve has laid out. I just would like to conclude, Steve, I think you have a couple more slides, and then we'll be available for questions and response. If you go to the next slide, please.
These are the massing. The buildings won't be that rectangular, as I said before, when Frank, but he has done these models because that's how he really designs his buildings, with models as opposed to drawings. And so you can see the site there and the distance between the 2 buildings and the openness of space that it has. And then therefore jamming 2 very high-rise buildings on both sides, I don't think it was really good planning, and you'll look a little bit more like up north, Sunny Isles, and I don't think it's appropriate, for Miami Beach. But this shows you the distance and the spacing and the ability to see something for a grade that goes up there and takes advantage of and beautifies Collins Avenue.
Next.
That's just another picture of showing you that.
It also shows it in context with the canyon, Carillon to the north.
Right. So, I mean, the building, as Nisan said, is really built in scale. There are buildings that are higher on both sides of it, so it's not something that's out of scale.
And Mr. Ross, I may have missed it, but in our briefing, one is going to be a hotel, one is going to be high-end luxury condo. Would you speak a little bit about your concept for your vision for the hotel and all of that?
Well, the hotel and beach club will be an Equinox hotel. It'll be lifestyle. It'll be a five-star hotel at the highest standards, because we think that'll have the greatest impact, not only for North Beach, but also for really the continuation of development that will really, I think, attract other development with a hotel at this site. Wait, is there another slide?
There's one more slide, I think. And two more, actually. But
So
that
that's
shows it from the
that's looking
beach.
from the water, looking back. So it really, kind of sets up as a unique type of development that I think will encourage other future development and become a landmark in itself. I think
there may be one more slide. Neeson, can you also talk about density?
Yes.
How many units are currently at the Deauville, and then what are we talking about here?
Well, there are over 500, about 540 hotel rooms there. One of the features of the overlay, there are a few things we should make mention of. One is that the residential density, which is 150 units an acre, if you take advantage of the incentives, the extra FAR and the height, you will only have half the density, 75 residential units per acre.
So, and the hotel will be approximately 200 units.
So we're talking about less density.
Talking about less
Even
density.
though we're increasing FAR potentially,
Right.
we're talking about less density.
Right.
Correct.
And a much higher economic impact than we currently are enjoying with a dormant site.
Yes. And
this to me falls in the category of the no-brainer category, right? I mean, the details need to be worked out, but what we have today versus what we potentially can have, I mean.
Yeah, but I think the type of development with a Gary designed and a best-in-class hotel, which would be new, would really get worldwide acclaim and would really be great for economic development for Miami Beach, and also set forth as a catalyst for future development in North Beach. And I think it really combines all that, the best of everything. And we will be doing significant, we're talking to the community now, of community benefits for the community as well.
And one other public benefit that we're already committed to and is reflected in the zoning is we will be providing on our property a perpetual public beach access, which none exists between 65th Street and 69th Street. So that concludes our presentation, and we're obviously here for any questions in it and brief response if necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for the presentation. I mean, I know we have a lot of folks that want to speak, and you all have, ample time for sure to, voice your opinions and concerns. There's lots of details to be fleshed out. I think we are being challenged with trying to, put something together in time for voter consideration in November. There is sufficient time, in my opinion, between now and November for details to be hammered out, but for our purposes, we need to craft the overlay aspect of this. The public benefits, obviously the project itself, all of that needs to be fully fleshed out and explained to voters if you're going to get the support of the voters. There's time for that, but we're all going to collectively have to hustle in order to get there. Colleagues?
So I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, and I'm going to probably come back after we hear from other people. Nisan, you started on the economic impact, talking about the, I think it was $6.4 million, right? It wasn't clear to me if Yeah, a year. But it wasn't clear to me if that was the total tax or if that's just the portion that would go into the CRA.
Oh, no, that's just the portion that goes into the CRA.
It's
We
just
have,
the percentage.
that study has you'll see there's enormous additional tax generation that goes into the city's general fund,
Yep.
as well as the county, as well as a significant amount of money into the resort tax from the development of the hotel and the restaurant. And so I was just focusing on the $6.4 million annually to the TIF fund because that's unique sort of revenue source and will have to be spent in North Beach.
Okay. And then, PJ, could you put up the slide presentation again and just the last couple of slides where the visual with the one before that, I think. Yeah, if you could hold that right there. So as I look at that, you know, we can see the two parcels on both sides of the Deauville property, right?
Correct.
And those are currently included in the overlay.
The vacant parcels, yes.
As is proposed. And that's a visual that's very spacious, as was described. You know, you can look through the middle of the parcel. By the way, would that middle of the parcel, is that's going to be private property, so that would not be open to the public? Where would the beach access be?
Well, there's beach access along the beach walk behind, and that will all be visible, including the Geary sculpture to the public that's using the beach.
So would the public be allowed to walk through there, or do we know yet?
I don't know, but the one thing we are committed to is the public beach access on our property, which will there is no beach access for blocks.
Right. So I'm looking at a visual that's quite stunning because of its openness. But if these other two lots are included, you know, I could quickly draw a little picture with two more towers to the north and to the south, which would be quite a different look, right? So can you speak to that? Because if the two parcels are included, is there enough far that if those current owners wanted to develop that I would not be looking at this? I would be looking at, in fact, two buildings to the north, an open space, and two buildings to the south.
Well, among other things, within the overlay, in order to access the additional FAR and the height, you have to have over 150,000 square feet. So they would be able to develop, but they would be within the existing height limits that we have today for that area, which is 200 feet. And they would have to be by virtue of the setbacks. Remember, there are setbacks at the pedestal level, and then the setbacks increase at the tower level. As you go further up, the setbacks of the tower increase. So I think what you're seeing is there's probably the ability to develop rather thin towers, small towers on either side, as opposed to a giant mass.
So I think what I heard, and you're going to correct me if I'm wrong, is that while the overlay with the two parcels includes a higher FAR, the owners would not be able to utilize that FAR because the square footage is less than 150.
No. What I said is that the way the overlay is proposed by the mayor, right now those two parcels, because they're under 45,000 square feet, have an FAR of 2.25. By virtue of being included in the overlay, their FAR goes up to 3.0. What we are saying does not make sense, as the planning department says as well, is to have those go up on such small sites, go up to 4.5 FAR. The whole purpose of the increase is to have a large site that can accommodate the development, space it appropriately. And you can't do that. In fact, they probably can't even utilize that much FAR on those small sites because of the required setbacks at the pedestal and tower level.
So if they're included in the overlay, and this is very detailed and technical, but just allow me. If they're included in the overlay, they would go from 2.25, which they currently have, to 3.0.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
But point of information, if I may, I'm sorry. They are included in the overlay. It's just that the size of the lots is not sufficient to get the extra FAR.
There are two things, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I
The
understood
two
myself.
lots are included. What the owners of the Sherry Frontenac are proposing is to also include the Sherry Frontenac property as well in the overlay, which the Planning Department has recommended.
And that's what one of the things we're certainly, we're looking at and trying to understand. But I just want to go back on, if you'll put that visual back up, because I like you, thank you so much. So again, the two parcels right now that are to the north and to the south have 2.25.
Correct.
And if they are included in the overlay as it's currently proposed by the mayor, then that would go to 3.0.
Correct.
Even if they retain ownership, I'm not talking about now. If they were to sell that and it became part of the Deauville, would it still stay at 3.0 or would it go to 4.5?
Well, I mean, there are no plans for incorporating that into the Deauville project. And one thing I want to just make clear for the record, you'll probably hear from the owners of the property to the south that little parcel of 25,000 feet already has a 3.0 FAR because it's combined with the Sherry Frontenac property. But understand that just this one metric, that the setbacks, the side yard setbacks for the pedestal are 8% of the lot width. The lot width, including the Sherry Frontenac, is 300 feet. So that little 75-foot wide parcel, you would already have to set back the pedestal 24 feet, because if they were to utilize the 3.0 as part of the Sherry property, and then the tower would have to be set back even further to where you have like a 15-foot wide tower. So it's an impractical request as well. But that property is probably, if it's going to be redeveloped, being candid, it's probably going to be redeveloped as a standalone site and not as part of or in conjunction with the Sherry Frontenac, because of the geometry of having such a large site and the setbacks and things of that sort.
Yeah. So and again, I just want to make sure that I understand this. Right now, currently, if nothing happens, their FAR is 2.25, right, on both sides.
Correct.
And if they're included in the overlay, it would go to 3.0, but the Deauville site would go to, what, 4.5, and that's because it's greater than
150,000 square feet. It's 166,000.
Right. Okay. And then,
I mean, there's some scenario in the future where it could possibly, either of those sites could be developed, but there's nothing contemplated at this time.
so, and would either of the owners have to do anything under the current proposal, like give us public benefit for this increase from 2.25 to 3.0?
No.
So they would just automatically get it?
Correct. They wouldn't have to do a public beach access. They wouldn't have to do a development agreement. They wouldn't have to commit to reduced density.
So the question is then, why is it included in the overlay because it seems like if there's no plan to incorporate the property in the Deauville site, then why include it at all? Because, if I'm looking for public benefit, and why would we just give somebody something for nothing?
Well, I think that Mr. Ross was thinking that give them some incentive to promote a redevelopment of the sites.
Because you want redevelopment in the entire area to incentivize economic development?
Right. But remember, we're doing a comprehensive plan amendment, and that comprehensive plan amendment will contemplate what we're proposing for the Deauville site. So the other sites are not needed to be part of this rezoning. We thought we were being good neighbors.
Okay. So with that, I don't have any more questions, but I want to be able to reserve my right to come back after the other comments.
Also, Neeson, on that issue that Commissioner Richardson raised, Nick or Tom, does that also avoid spot zoning? Or because it's going to voters, that's not even material?
What I would say to that is that either proposal includes a number of properties with different owners. Either proposal is a legislative matter, and you have the full legislative authority to adopt either.
Why is that? Because the Deauville is in different parcels, or like if you take those two properties out to the north and south, then the Deauville is just one parcel, or is it multiple owners right now?
I think, and Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Deauville property is one lot. It's comprised of multiple platted lots.
It is. No, it's one lot, actually, one platted lot.
Oh, it's one platted lot? Okay.
Yeah.
And this agreement also includes that parking garage, because you mentioned that, right? So in terms of...
well, the parking garage, the zoning of the parking garage is not affected. You just have the good fortune of being able to have that for most of the parking, and therefore eliminating the pedestal, which would sit on the street and block the light and air and the public open view. Commissioner Richardson, if I may, because I know you are a numbers guy, I would just point you to page 10 of the Lambert analysis, and to just show you, upon stabilization in 2028, the annual tax revenue to the city and other agencies. So the city would get, city operating would be $6,476,000 a year, another $336,000 for debt. The county would get $5.2 million and $591,000 in debt. Schools would get almost $7 million. So you see that there is a huge tax generation, and this does not even include the resort tax generation, which if you look a few pages further back on page, on page 5, you will see that the resort tax that will be generated is projected to be $3.125 million a year. So the economic benefits, and that also includes, of course, creating jobs for people. It's staggering.
I mean, you look at the numbers in our, I don't know what it would be in 2028, but right now our operating budget is give or take $350 million, $6.5 million. It's, it's 2% of our operating budget just from this project alone, directly to city coffers, separate and apart from the $7 million annually that will stay in the North Beach CRA to be redeveloped in that area. It is compelling.
So Neeson, back to the parking garage.
Yes.
I know that it's not affected by the FAR, but it would be included in whatever purchase agreement
Correct.
Mr. Ross has, so that we're not going to continue to look at that eyesore, as every time I drive by it, it's horrible, right? But
Correct.
so that would be part of his redevelopment plan, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to reserve my right to ask more questions. I'd like to hear from other interested parties and my colleagues.
And if I may conclude with one thing, and I hate to be hyperbolic in my comments, but I do not think that this city could ever have a better developer and architect to do a project than we are presented with at this time.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Ross for coming and presenting to us. It was a pleasure to meet you yesterday, and thank you for your interest in our community. I think I've learned that you've been a part of this community as well, and I understand the purpose of this overlay, how important it is to stimulate the revitalization of this part of North Beach, and so much effort that the city has placed into it, and you as well, Mr. Chair, that you've been part of that. We want to draw on the tourism and the economic activity for it. And I think it's very important to do it in a very meticulous way, just to avoid the unintended consequences. So I just want to make sure I understand this right. Right now, as the chair mentioned, this is proposing a reduction in density because we're looking at 75 residential units per acre. Is that correct? That's correct. Yes. Okay. That's under the proposed project.
It's under the proposed legislation.
Under the proposed legislation. So, if Mr. Ross, if this goes to the voters, and it's a substantial increase in FAR, if this substantial increase in FAR is approved, a 4.5 on unified development sites of at least 150,000 square feet, the maximum that could be developed with that 4.5 FAR would be 75 units per acre?
Correct.
Okay. Has there been a study on the amount of traffic that would be generated from this?
Not yet, no.
Do we know what would be the maximum amount of residential square footage that can be done with this FAR?
The maximum square footage would be 4.5 times 166,000. I think, Neeson, that's about 761,000 in total. And then it would depend upon how much they want to use for residential. Obviously, these would be much bigger residential units at a density of 75 units per acre than they would be at 150 units per acre.
Okay. Have you made any commitments on allocation of units for workforce housing or anything like that at this time?
Not in this building, but I'm glad you raised that point, Commissioner, because the very first time conversation that I had with Steve about this, he has a very intense interest in helping to create a workforce and affordable housing in North Beach. And I would not be surprised to see some companion project or cooperation with the city to make that happen. I would also just comment, we have preliminarily, of course, looked at traffic, and the traffic actually should be significantly reduced because the hotel would be perhaps 175 hotel rooms versus the 540 today that had big convention and banquet facilities, and the residences would be no more than 150. So we are quite certain that this would actually reduce traffic and other impacts.
What happens if we send this to the voters? The voters approve this, and Mr. Ross is not able to, finalize this deal because whatever, something happens in the market. The property owner decides, you know what, I'm deciding not to sell. Unforeseen could happen, as unlikely as it could be, but they could. The unforeseeable could happen. What happens at that point?
The FAR increase would be approved for the voters, and then it would be up to the commission to adopt a second reading ordinance. However, one of the requirements under the overlay is that a development agreement be approved by the commission, and so the commission would have to decide whether or not it would want to enter into a development agreement with another entity.
In your sole discretion. We've heard, Commissioner, from many colleagues that they will insist that Mr. Ross be the developer.
Of course. Who wouldn't want Mr. Ross?
And they're probably going to put Frank Geary's name in the development agreement, too.
Right. I'm just having... I wish I would have known more. I know what the city is giving. I know what the city is giving Mr. Ross. I know we've put here on legislation 4.5 FAR. We've put here in legislation 375 feet in height. But I don't know, besides tax increment, which the community, whether it was going to go to the county or to us, this tax that was going to be paid anyways. But I don't know what is going to be, a benefit other than an access way to the beach. And Neeson, you've worked on other projects that we've got that have not gotten 1.5 FAR, that have not gotten almost double the height, where we have gotten at a beach access as a public benefit. I wish we would have had more details just because of how important this is and how important it is for this to succeed with the voters. Not just passing here legislatively with us and sending it to the voters. It's earning the trust of the voters that this is good for the community. And right now, I don't know what arguments, other than the fact that we're going to develop the site, but I can't tell them about the infrastructure on the property, about water consumption, about sewage and sanitary issues that we have in North Beach. I can't tell them about traffic impacts tied to the FAR of this site and on the other lots. And so as important as I think this is, because we need to revitalize this, and I don't think it's fair to continue punishing North Beach, I need more information on this. I need to know what the residents of this community are going to be getting here, because this indeed is important. I have a question. Who drafted this ordinance that's before us?
The developer did the initial draft.
That's a process that I think we need to fix. These need to be community-driven pieces of legislation and proposals. The referral approved by the City Commission was asking the City Attorney's Office and the Planning Department to draft an ordinance specific to large oceanfront properties. It asked our Planning Department. It asked our City Attorney's Office, because they follow a process of community engagement and vetting. They represent the city and they serve the taxpayers of this community. They don't represent one individual property owner. And so for me, it's very important that when we bring these items forward, it's not that it's bad, because we certainly want to revitalize this area, but we need to do it from the optics of, okay, what is the greater need of this community up there in North Beach? How do we really make sure that this important development addresses all the needs that we have in North Beach, the way that someone from a planning director's chair can see it, and the way that someone from a city attorney's chair can see it. And so I do have concerns on the lack of information I have at this time. And I hope that before this makes it to commission, we get a lot more answers, because this is a huge increase in FAR. Even when we're talking about 3.0 for the other sites, it's still a significant increase in FAR. And we're doubling almost the height in this area, and it needs to be, to me, validated more, with more background, with more information than what we have right now. So I'm going to be looking for that very robust public benefit package when this comes back to commission.
Commissioner, may I answer a couple of things?
Of course.
And as you know, with your meeting with Mr. Ross, he is committed to providing additional public benefits as are determined by this commission, in addition to the public benefit, which, as you mentioned, is the public beach access. But let me, if I may put this in context, there are a few things I would like to deal with. The other projects that have received sort of public, either public property or an FAR increase, let me take, for instance, Fifth and Alton. I think a great project. I think it was great urban planning. That was a development of a luxury condominium project in an area with a very strong and well-established luxury condominium market and office market. It was a thriving area. That was a good urban plan to create a 3-acre park. But let me tell you this, any developer would have built on that site, because that's a strong area. The same with, for instance, the Bulgari Hotel, which I think is a very great project. That's in a prime area in Miami Beach. North Beach is not. Nobody yet has invested in a new project in North Beach. And so it takes someone with vision and with unmatchable resources to create that. So there's a very big risk that he is taking. And when it comes to the specifics about the overlay regulations, it is working with that vision to create a great project that informs and shapes the regulations. The other couple other points, if I may, Commissioner, make is with respect to the impacts. Logically, if you're going to have only 175 room or so hotel and 150 residential units, any civil engineer will tell you that the impacts will be significantly less than the 540 room hotel on that site with all the extra facilities. But what we will do is so as crystal clear is we'll get you that preliminary information. So you will see this will have enormous benefits for the neighborhood, but minimal impacts to the neighborhood. We will get you that information so that you can see that. And the final point I'd like to make in terms of tax generation, this tax generation doesn't happen unless this redevelopment of the site takes place. Right. If it doesn't take place, there will be no $6.4 million a year into the North Beach CRA, nor will there be the ripple effect of the other properties increasing in value and being redeveloped. So this truly is a linchpin. It's not, if this doesn't happen, we still get the tax revenues. If this doesn't happen, North Beach, for however many years, will not get the tax revenues.
And let me clarify, Neeson, if I may. What I meant by that is that I don't want to consider that necessarily, a public benefit, because that's a public benefit that's coming to us from the taxpayers of the rest of Miami-Dade County.
Understood.
That's not going to the general fund over there that we're keeping over here. The public benefit is coming from the county, not from
Understood,
here.
but it was pretty nifty that you created that CRA.
It is. No, you're right. But thank you. Listen, I think it's important if you could get me information on what you've mentioned. It's
Absolutely.
Great. I want to be mindful on the impacts. I hear time and over again that the traffic already in North Beach is bad, and that's with the property that being empty. And so we need to see how would a public benefit package help improve, traffic in North Beach? How could we, maybe there's better traffic lighting, synchronization. I don't know, but as it is with the property empty, people complain about how horrible traffic on Collins Avenue is. Imagine once a project is built and we have full-time employees working there again. 228 full-time employees for the hotel, 50 for the condo. So it's the information that I need before we vote at this ad commission. Because again, if something is going to go to the voters this November, we have a lot of important items on the ballot in November. I don't want to be sending something to the voters in November to deem it for failure. Mr. Ross does not deserve that. And I'm not going to allow that to happen. I want to make sure that we know and that the community knows what are the benefits to them if this goes.
And we will work to develop that information for you ASAP.
Thank you.
Let me, if I can, because I am kind of the numbers guy. And I just want to comment, because I understand your concerns, but I think a couple of things are sort of missing in there. First of all, I'm going to say I'm very supportive of the project. The questions I have are about the overlay and whether or not the Sherry Frontenac is included and some of the details. But this is incredibly important for North Beach, which has sadly been neglected for many years, and that's why I've worked so hard to get the 72nd Street Community Center done. I've been working on a plan for a year for the Byron Carlisle, which includes workforce housing. And this would be another transformative project for North Beach. And if it doesn't happen, that property could sit there vacant. So the 6.4 that's going in, and maybe Commissioner Fernandez, we have to figure out the best way to tell the story, so that voters really understand what they're getting. But the fact that all this is going into a CRA will benefit North Beach in a very significant way. And if you recall, Commissioner Higgins was really insistent that we include a certain percentage of that specifically for workforce housing, but not limited to that small amount. It could be large. And as I said, the Byron Carlisle that I'm working on, which I hope that will they'll bring an unsolicited proposal soon, will include about 177 units of workforce housing. So, and the funds that would go into the bucket can be used to fund some of the workforce housing in the area. The other, to the traffic, I'm really less concerned about the traffic because, you know, what we've seen is perhaps a reduction in the last few years because of the closing. But if you go back to when the hotel was operating, the traffic, you know, so was more significant. So this is going to be a reduction, really, from what it was originally. Neeson, the thing that you may want to beef up in this document, and if I haven't read it, so if it's here and I've missed it, I apologize. But what you may want to talk about is the tangential or the residual economic impact, because what's really going to happen, and if it's here you can give me the page number, because what's really going to happen is you're going to have employees come there and they're going to be working, they're going to be going and buying lunch, they're going to be, so if that's there, just point it out to me, because and you're going to have hotel guests that are going to be going to local restaurants, and all of that stuff creates economic stimulation.
Commissioner, we do address that in the report starting on page 12, looking at catalytic redevelopment projects and the impact they have had on their surrounding areas, including, you see the St. Pete Pier, the wharf in Washington, D.C.
But specific to this project, right. Have you thought about, you know, if you have, I don't know if it's going to be 250 employees on site, if you have, you know, so many hotel guests, if you have so many residents, what that does to local restaurant activity and dry cleaners and all of that other stuff. Have you looked at that? And that's not funding that's coming into the city coffers. That's funding that's going into private businesses, and of course they will pay taxes on their profits, right? So there's a huge economic impact that I don't think we're talking about.
Yeah, there are, Commissioner. And by the way, if you think there's anything that needs further sharpening or focus, we'd be willing to look at that. But on page 7, there we talk about the jobs, and that includes a multiplier of not only the direct jobs, short-term and long-term created, but also indirect jobs and induced jobs, which are the jobs. So we have recognized that in this portion, but if you think it could be further amplified. But I don't think
you've addressed restaurant activity and dry cleaners and all that other stuff that comes with economic stimulation. So, you know, that area just collapsed once that hotel closed. I mean, businesses were boarded up and it was over. So, but if this is successful, all that's going to come back. So I think you've underestimated the economic impact, and I think that's something we need to look at, because I think that's something that we need to talk to voters about. And because what we want this to be successful if we put it on the ballot. We're not looking for a failure for Mr. Rossa or for our city, quite frankly. And the other thing that I want to address, because, you know, people will say, well, why this project gets more far than this project, or why not make the overlay? So I would say that there is a benefit for being first, right? When someone goes into an area that is in desperate need of economic activity, it's fair and fitting that that group or individual get a little bit more help because they're taking greater risk. Once an area has been revitalized, the risk is reduced and the return should be reduced. So someone who's going to come along 5 years after this project should not get the same benefits because they're not taking the same economic risk. And so that it's very easy for me to justify that when you come to the party first, you get to enjoy a little bit larger slice of the pie. And so with that, I mean, the only real question for me is the overlay, the configuration of it. And I don't know that we're going to get to that today, but maybe we will. But I would love to hear from Chair the other interested parties, and I would like to see if we could address that issue.
The mayor just joined us because he wants a tutorial on how to run a meeting. I'm glad you were able to join us, Mayor.
That's exactly right. And
So watch
I want
him
to see what not to do.
master at
I want to
work, will
see
you?
what not to do.
Thank
I
you for
apologize.
joining us.
I don't have court today, so I'm still dressing like a beach mayor.
Thank you for joining us. Have you been watching?
Some of it, yeah. And I figured since it's one of the items the rest of the process, I'd come and take whatever bludgeons you want.
Okay. Do you want to say a few words?
No,
Okay.
no. Why not?
We're about to invite some folks up to speak. Well, yeah, so in no particular order, who wants to raise their hands and come up? There's a lot of interested parties, on all sides of this. We don't have a sign-in sheet here. So, okay, Mr. Larkin, will you please come up? Mr. Larkin, I don't want to miss your remarks. I need to run to the restroom really quick. So maybe tell some jokes. I don't want to be disrespectful.
By the way,
so.
for the record, that never happens when I'm in the chair. It shows weakness, Ricky.
You're right. But I don't want to be disrespectful. So, okay, just give me a second. Your thoughts. Okay, we're ready to go. Mr. Larkin, would you like to
Yes,
speak?
Mr.
How much time do you need?
Let's start with 6 minutes. I think it'll be good with 6 minutes.
Okay.
And who are you representing today?
So representing Diego Colmenero and Charlie Porchetto, the owners of the vacant parcel to the north of the Deauville Hotel assemblage, and then Ira and Joel Sussman, the owners of the Sherry Frontenac to the south of the Deauville Hotel assemblage. And good morning, good afternoon. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, representing who I just described. This is something like a David versus Goliath scenario in that, Mr. Ross is an incredibly seasoned developer, and here I am, but my practice of jiu-jitsu has taught me. And when I fight in the open section of these tournaments, that when I'm up against a 250, 300-pound guy, I fight them to just put my head down, go forward, and you do your best. And I also want to acknowledge Mr. Kasdan. When he was mayor, he treated me incredibly well as a young associate. Didn't give me everything I wanted, but gave me most of what I wanted. So I certainly do appreciate his kind treatment when he was the mayor and I was a younger attorney. What Mr. Kasdan has drafted will be largely beneficial for North Beach. However, there are serious flaws in it that raise questions of fairness. We had asked for 3 changes to this legislation. The first was to remove the 150,000 square foot requirement because it only applies to the Deauville Hotel property. Second, we asked that the entirety of the Sherry Frontenac parcel be included within the overlay, not just the northernmost lot. And third, we had asked to modify the requirement that a new hotel be built in recognition that Sherry Frontenac is an existing historic hotel with over 150 hotel units. The planning board agreed. They believed that our changes were reasonable, and they incorporated our changes into their version of the ordinance. The city administration has rejected their version of the ordinance and the idea that all the owners in the overlay be treated equally, instead favoring one over the other 2. Our proposed changes level the playing field and ensure that the owners are all treated equally. First, again, we ask that the requirement that a property in the overlay be a minimum of 150,000 square feet to achieve the greatest set of development rights be dropped from the legislation. There's only one property that meets this criterion, which is the Deauville Hotel. And now looking at their site plan and their master plan, I understand why they want to control the development of the 2 adjacent parcels to preserve the view corridors looking to the southeast and to the northeast. That makes better sense to me now. If you look at this 150,000 square foot criterion, it forms the basis of a purchase and sale agreement that favors the future owner of the Deauville Hotel property. It's a purchase and sale agreement masquerading as a zoning regulation. And I'll give you the following hypothetical. If the voters approve this, and I sincerely hope that they do, you all come back on second reading in December or January and approve the accompanying enacting legislation, then the overlay becomes valid. Then our clients would like to have the greatest set of development rights. They would go to the future owner of the Deauville Hotel, they would knock on his door, and they would ask to be included in the Deauville Hotel assemblage. The future owner would either say, no thank you, or yes, but I want to purchase your development rights. So our clients would immediately say, okay, what are the terms of the offer? 50,000 per square foot of your floor area development rights. Our clients would say, but the fair market value is 1,000 per square foot, to which a future owner would respond, take it or leave it, and politely close the door. This is because these zoning regulations give this future owner the power to do this. I just don't believe that the City of Miami Beach police power should be used in this fashion to give one owner an unfair bargaining advantage over the other two owners in this overlay. The city administration has offered 4 reasons to support this unfair treatment. One of them involves an alleged incompatibility between what could be constructed on the vacant parcel owned by the Sherry Frontenac or the parcel owned by Diego and Charlie. I will tell you all that there are certificate of appropriateness criteria in place that staff uses liberally, as does the Historic Preservation Board, to control development to make sure it's not oppressive. In addition, there are height, setback, and parking requirements that also make sure that a proposed development almost never reaches its full FAR potential. So here, even if we are granted the 4.5, there's no correlating absolute ultimatum that we're going to achieve a 4.5. There are several factors that would militate against this. Would we achieve more than 3.0? Yes. Will we get to 4.5? It's probably not likely, based upon the factors I just described. And there's really no case law on our side, because Snyder's decision from the Florida Supreme Court in the early 90s already said that no property owner is entitled to their full set of development rights under any local government's code. So that is a question of law, is already settled. Further, the Sussmans could also make language offer that says there could be no rooftop addition on the Sherry Frontenac, and we must maintain the Sherry Frontenac in its current condition and not allow it to deteriorate. With regard to the idea that if it's expanded just to cover the Sherry Frontenac, it would be expanded wildly to the north and to the south, I disagree with that. I think that the Sherry Frontenac expansion makes sense. To the north of the parcel owned by Diego and Charlie is a Sterling condo building. It's overbuilt, it doesn't need it. To the south of the Sherry Frontenac is the Monte Carlo. It's overbuilt and doesn't need it. The Sherry Frontenac, however, represents a reasonable extension of the southern boundary. It is incredibly costly to maintain an historic hotel. Every year those costs rise. The Sussman brothers deserve an opportunity to have some additional revenues come in the door to preserve, to maintain, and to expand the Sherry Frontenac. It defies common sense to suggest that the Sussman brothers must come back to you all at some later date with their own overlay. The litmus test for determining where the southern boundary of the overlay should be located should not be what makes it easier for the future owner of the Deauville Hotel to extract development rights from the Sussman brothers. You should recognize they've been the custodian of an historic hotel, a very large one of the largest on the beach for the last 30 years, and now, as a matter of fairness, they deserve a right to achieve some additional revenues to help them maintain this building. In closing, I think that you all always try to act in the fairest way possible and advance the best interest of the city. I don't believe that incorporating our changes into this overlay and acting in the best interest in the city are mutually exclusive items. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. I know you have a long hearing.
Question, I think Commissioner Richardson raised this before. I just want to make sure I understand the answer to the question. Is the overlay that is currently proposed, it's a proposal, but it doesn't have to include the properties of your clients. Is that correct? Nick, is that correct? If the proposed overlay, the way it's designed now, if it were to be recrafted, could it not include the properties that Mr. Larkin is representing?
And what I would say to that is that I think this is policy. This is a legislative matter, and the commission has a good measure of discretion as far as where to draw those boundaries. So I think right now it does include one of Mr. Larkin's clients' lots, but not all of them.
I mean, so the question I have is, I don't want to be facetious about it, but this is a gift to your client, and they're asking for more. It's a free ride. It's just a way of phrasing it. You can definitely phrase it another way, but in essence, it's a free ride, something they don't have today. That if voters approve it, they will get, and it will be financially beneficial to get this. They're asking for more, okay? And if I was in their shoes, I probably would too. But the question is, why would this developer need to do that?
This developer meaning
meaning Mr. Ross.
So you are right. The boundary of the overlay could be contracted just to exactly coincide with the boundary of the Deauville Hotel. But if they are trying to expand the boundaries in order to avoid a spot zoning challenge, which would be unique, I've said to you all constantly, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I don't think spot zoning challenge lies with a text amendment. It lies with the rezoning, but this is also represent a unique situation where you have a class of 3 property owners that include the overlays. So these are uncharted waters. Commissioner, I don't believe that, it is more of a token gesture to increase the FAR of the parcel owned by Diego and Charlie from 2.25 to 3.0. It is a token gesture for the Sherry Frontenac as well. I believe they should be entitled to the full range of development rights. I think that they are being unnecessarily controlled because the future owner of the Deauville Hotel really does not want his view corridors blocked to the southeast and to the northeast, period. You saw where his towers were. They're immediately adjacent to the property lines. You know how valuable view corridors are. They're fought all over our city. There's multiple appeals to the HPV Special Master based upon this sole issue, whether it's the Bulgari Hotel and this the Thai, where they're claiming they're losing view corridors looking out to the ocean, as specious as that claim is, it is an often litigated claim. And so what better than try to control future development of the adjacent parcels than in this manner?
Okay, go ahead. So, well done. I'm also thinking larger picture. This issue of the development of the Deauville potentially can be contentious enough. If additional FAR is expanded and the battlefield, to use your martial arts analogy, is expanded to include these other properties, there's a lot of folks who may have no issue with the Deauville, but who now may be brought into the fight of a larger overlay potentially being redeveloped, not just the Deauville, but the Sherry Frontenac and the property to the north. And now we've created a much bigger problem for ourselves.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, and I understand what Commissioner Richardson was saying about the multiple towers being unattractive. I just wish there was a way this legislation could be drafted where all owners are treated equally, and then they could enter into joint venture agreements. But right now, the way it works is that any type of agreement would be on unequal terms because all the cards ride with the developer of the Deauville Hotel property. If everyone was treated equally, then sure, you could enter into joint venture agreements on equal terms and control the number of towers within the whole overlay, where it could be not but 4, but maybe 3. Who knows? But that would be a more fair way to proceed.
Okay, I got you. I'll reserve comment.
Thank you. So let me just say that it's not every day we have 2 attorneys who are so gifted, such as yourself and Mr. Kasdan. So you both come very well prepared. So I want to go back to my comment about risk and reward, because when you talk about how everybody should be treated equally, I'm not going to agree with that, because the owners of the Sherry Frontenac could have bought the Deauville, and they would have a much more compelling argument if they came to us and said, we've bought the Deauville property and we want to develop it along with our own and now make that the overlay. And then they would be taking all the risk to do that initial stimulation in the community. So I don't agree that the Sherry Frontenac should be treated the same as an investor who's coming in and is going to put, potentially millions and billions into the area because they're taking the greater risk. So we could, and this is really the question of the day. I've said I support this proposal, but the question of the day is what the overlay looks like. So we can either contract it or we can expand it. And I haven't landed on where I'm at right now, other than saying I'm supportive of this proposal, but I'm starting to see where there can be a compromise, and where you're not going to get everything you want, and the other side's not going to get everything that they want. But I absolutely do not agree that the Sherry Frontenac should get the same exact benefit as the person who's taking all of the risk. That's not fair. Because they're getting, and as Commissioner Arreola said, a free ride if you want to use that expression, but they're getting additional FAR with offering nothing to our community. Nothing. And all of that financial benefit will go in their pocket. And so now I do believe that if the big project goes, it's going to enhance the Sherry Frontenac. Their property, they're going to probably be able to raise their rates. They'll probably, if they continue to operate as they are. But explain to me, if you disagree, explain to me why the Sheriff Frontenac property should get the same benefit as the other property owner that's going to put in the initial large investment to stimulate the economy.
So, and this is for the Sheriff Frontenac and for Diego and Charlie.
Certainly.
You know, I believe, was it a rising tide? Right.
Exactly.
So I think that the economic redevelopment of the Sheriff Frontenac vacant parcel and the parcel owned by Diego and Charlie would benefit all of North Beach. I think and they would then have to offer the public benefits, the same one as the Deauville Hotel owner, because they would be included in the greatest set of development benefits included in this legislation, which would be 4.5 and 375 feet. So if they are included in that on fair terms where it applies equally, then yes, they would have to give back the public benefits, and then you would have a robust redevelopment of 3 properties occurring just about at the same time.
But the initial stimulation is coming from the Deauville property. That's the large investment. The other 2 properties, if they're left in the overlay, don't have to do anything, but they rise with the tide. So, and that's what seems unfair to me. You know, I want what's best for the community. I want this project. I want the voters to accept the project, because otherwise it's going to sit vacant for potentially another 20 years. But I don't think it's fair for surrounding property owners to get the same exact benefit because they're not making the same investment. And so that's what I'm struggling with. And it seems to me that there's got to be a compromise situation here.
Can I say something? This is Charlie Porchetto, the owner of the north side lot on the Deauville. I mean, you're talking about risk. We took the first risk here buying this lot that we actually bought it. It's our property. We pay for that lot. And it's not an undeveloped site. We've been working on the project for the last 2 years. It's in the city. We already paid impact fees, and we pay all the soft costs for this project. And suddenly a new developer comes here and gets a different FAR, and I would like to understand why.
Well, let me tell you why.
Pretty easy.
Let me tell you why. Yeah, you bought a piece of property, right? The Deauville owners currently, they bought a piece of property.
With an abandoned lot property next to us, trying to get everything that you're saying, trying to improve the neighborhood, trying to improve the economics of the neighborhood, taking all the risks. We were the first developers there.
But you're not developing anything yet.
Yes, we are. We never stopped one day.
Right, let me.
Yeah, Mr. Larkin, just make sure your client's temper is subdued if this is going to go well. You know, you're invited to go before the voters and spend the millions of dollars that it will take to try to get your FAR. Good luck.
I mean, if you're trying to convince us that you're taking the same risk as someone that is going to develop the Deauville, you could have bought the Deauville, just as the Sheriff Frontenac could have bought the Deauville property. And then you could come here and you could sit in and you could tell us how you're going to do all of that. So I'm not buying the argument that your investment is the same as the investment of a Deauville property that's going to result in millions and millions of economic stimulation. So it's just not the same. I'm not saying you shouldn't have some benefit, but I don't buy that it should be the same. And that's what we're struggling with. That's what I'm struggling with. And it's, you know, as the mayor likes to say, I like to solve problems. So I'll probably be waking up in the middle of the night solving the problem.
I'm sure you will. Thank you all very much for your time. I don't want to belabor my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just ask to the planning director, has the property, do we have any development application from the property owners of the Cherry Frontenac?
Not for the Cherry Frontenac, no.
No. Okay. And just want to make sure I understand clearly, because one of the things that Mr. Larkin mentioned is that this wasn't rezoning and that it's a tax amendment, but in this tax amendment, we are modifying the underlying zoning regulations, aren't we?
We are modifying the development regulations, but we are not rezoning the property. The uses will remain the same. The density will actually be lowered and not increased. but the same allowable uses will remain, and the same future land use and zoning designation will remain.
And just for my own personal benefit, because, you know, one of the challenges that I have with this is that, you know, this is a very big project. We had asked the administration and the city attorney's office to put together this ordinance, but it came from one property owner. It came from the representatives of the new developer of the DeVille site. But, you know, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, have we done the process ourselves? We probably would have looked at it more holistically, the greater context of that neighborhood. You know, probably when we say large oceanfront properties, we probably would have not just looked, you know, at lots, you know, what are they, 43, 44, 45, 46. We probably would have been a little bit more expansive, but we would have looked at and probably distributed the density a little bit more proportionately throughout those lots, I would imagine.
Time permitting, we certainly probably would have looked at a much larger area and done a more thorough analysis. But because of the critical path that this was under to get everything to the commission by July 20th, we just didn't have that time frame to look at it in a broader context.
And that's where I run into a challenge when we're just, you know, when this is being sped through and then without all the details on it. But I don't want to repeat myself on that. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I correct something for the record that was said in the previous presentation? Neeson Kasdan for related companies. My esteemed colleague, Mr. Larkin, made a statement that our buildings would be built up against their property lines. Remember, because this is a 500-foot wide property, the tower portions are set back at least 50 feet from the neighboring property lines. So they will not be up against the neighboring property lines. And that gets to the point of why the overlay was created. You know, I think some people have lost sight of the forest for the trees. They're saying, well, why don't we get 4.5? Well, what about the property owner to the south and to the south of that? Why not every person who owns a property in RM3 from Lincoln Road to 72nd Street, why don't they get 4.5? That's what their argument essentially is. We want it because someone else got it. The whole reason this is being done is because you have a unique site that affords the opportunity to do a catalytic project because of its size and the ability to reposition that property. And therefore, an overlay district has specific regulations to facilitate that. It's not that different in size, as I mentioned, than the Carillon property itself. And doing overlay districts is something this city has done before, specific for very large properties, specifically the Faena district, which has special regulations which were done to accommodate the unique requirements of that development. And we all know how good the Faena district has been for Miami Beach. So let's not lose sight of the forest for the trees. And if it's wisdom, this commission says exclude the other properties, you know, we would not have a problem with that either. But let's not lose sight of what, you know, let's keep our eye on the ball of why this is being done. Thank you.
Can I ask? So why, Tom, and Nisa, I'm going to come ask you the same question. Why were the other two properties included in the overlay?
I believe that they were included for two reasons, and Neeson, you can certainly add to this as well. Number one, it does create multiple properties within the overlay, which makes, I believe, even though it's a text amendment, the amendment much stronger to any future potential judicial scrutiny. The other thing that it does is that it does allow a more appropriate transition to buildings and properties that would allow for a 3-point FAR, because if the Deauville is developed at a 4.5, then having two properties at 2.5 presents a much more stark transition, whereas a 3.0 does allow for a more gradual, appropriate transition. And then third, I think that if the opportunity presents itself in the future for the one or both of those parcels to become part of a larger Deauville site, that certainly could result in potentially a better project. but it doesn't require it. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure that the overlay did not force is that it did not force private property transactions. If that happens, great, but it's not something that we felt we could legislate.
Great summary.
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
That was spot on.
So, PJ, put up that diagram again that I wanted. I looked at again, if you will, and because I just want to make sure that I understand. Yeah. So, Neeson, I hope you don't mind I call you Neeson all the time. It's just what we work together on projects.
Please.
But you're saying that under this, that both of those buildings to the north and south would have to be set back 50 feet from the property line of the adjacent property?
Yes. So there are pedestal setbacks and there are tower setbacks. The pedestal setback is, correct me please, Tom, if I'm wrong, 8% of the lot width up to 40 feet. So the pedestal, and remember here there's not going to be much of a pedestal because basically almost all of it, the parking and everything is going to be off-site. That is, so for the first, there's a little tweak in the overlay, which says for the first 15 feet, there would be no structure. And then from 15 feet to the 40-foot pedestal setback, and the pedestal is allowed to go up to 50 feet in height, it slopes upward. You can have you can up to 25 feet. Then you have an additional setback for the tower, which is, I forgot what percentage that is of the property width, but it's a maximum of 50.
It is a maximum of 50.
So that tower has to be set back 50 feet, at least 50 feet from the neighboring property line. And remember, in addition, which is a benefit to both the public and the neighbors, there's going to be, as you can see by the concept, a very, very small and low pedestal and a huge open space. So this really, with respect to the neighboring properties, is very favorably situated.
And what about if the owners of the property to the north and to the south were to develop, what would be their setback requirement? Because those properties are much more slender. And I'm sure it's not the same 50 feet because it's not even that wide in one case.
Well, it depends. And Tom can take you through it better than anybody. But if the pedestal setbacks are 8% of the lot width on each side, 16% total. So the lot to the south, it was developed as part of the Sherry Frontenac property, which is 300 feet in width. It would have to have a setback of 24 feet at the pedestal level, and then the tower would have to set back farther. However, if it was developed separately as a separate 75-foot lot, then they would have the 7.5-foot minimum pedestal setback on either side, and then the tower would have to set back more. So it actually gives them, as proposed, this gives them a lot more flexibility with what they could do with that property. Similarly, on the north side, I don't know how wide that is. I guess it's 125 feet. So 8% on each of those is about 10 feet or so pedestal setback, and then the tower is a setback. The tower is how does the tower setback go again, Tom?
It's a percentage of the height of the tower.
Right. I forgot the exact percentage, but it has to. The higher the tower gets, the more the tower has to be set back.
Yeah, and Tom, I appreciate your explanation about the transition because that makes a lot of sense. Let me ask you a different question. Is there a way to, because I get the concern that if you include all of the Sherry Frontenac property, that you've got a lot of FAR and it could be put in, it could really be very dense in that lot to the south. Is there a way to include the Sherry Frontenac and give them some additional FAR, but not allow it to be used, either give them a reduced FAR or not allow all of that FAR to be put into that land? Because that seems to me to be the biggest concern.
Yeah, our concern that we identified with the Sherry Frontenac in that regard was twofold. One, you have a very narrow property that either could be developed on its own or could be developed as part of the Sherry Frontenac. And if it's developed as part of the Sherry Frontenac, it's likely that allowable FAR would have to be moved to the larger Sherry Frontenac site because of the minimum setback requirements and the circulation requirements. But our second concern was no study has been done as to how that would impact the existing Sherry Frontenac building, both in terms of any potential demolition of the existing building and what the higher, taller height would look like in relation to it, particularly when you have to take into consideration the minimum rear setback requirements. So we think that if there was going to be an inclusion of the Sherry Frontenac, or others for that matter, that you would need to do additional study and that it would be better suited as a potential future overlay.
So if, I just want to make sure I understand, if we included all of the Sherry Frontenac property now and they had the additional FAR, would they, if they chose, be able to use that FAR on that slender piece of property to the south so that I would end up seeing another big tower?
It would be difficult because of the setback requirements. We'd have to see exactly how much square footage there would be, and based upon the setbacks, how the architect would design it. But unless they got significant setback relief, it would be difficult to front load a lot of that onto that north parcel. They could put some. Whether or not they could put all of it is a much more difficult question to answer until we saw exactly how they would propose to distribute it and whether or not they would ask for setback relief.
Yeah, but they could do that after, and then we would end up having something that we probably don't want as a community. So is there a way to, in the current overlay, is there a way to give them additional FAR, but ensure that they would only be able to use the 3.0 on that particular property?
You could set forth minimum setback requirements. The only issue is that you wouldn't want those setback requirements to negatively impact the Deauville. The overlay has been developed specific to the Deauville site and the vacant lot to the north and the vacant lot to the south. I think that if you were going to try to manipulate allowable floor area for the Sherry Frontenac, we'd have to take a real deep dive into what the setback regulations would be for that specific site and develop regulations that would be specific to that property.
Okay. And because I think the goal is to move this out of committee today because we need it back at the commission on the 20th. Do you think it's possible that we can move something out of committee today without specifically getting to the final answer on the configuration of the overlay so that you would have additional time to work on that? And then, because I'm prepared to move the item, but I still have open questions about the configuration of the overlay. And so, because I believe that there's a compromise to be found here. But what I don't want is to have a big tower next to the new ones. And again, I'm not prepared to give other parties the same as the Deauville because the Deauville is taking the biggest risk. That it seems fair to me.
Yeah, if we can't find a compromise, then I'm inclined to shrink the overlay. So, you know, I'm also fearful that, you know, this sort of potential windfall, let's say to the Sherry Frontenac, you know, we're going to get into a situation where it will be so compelling for that owner to potentially argue that they want to demolish the Sherry Frontenac, and that's not what we're trying to do here. We don't want to see more demolition of our historic properties. We're stuck in the situation that we find ourselves in with the Deauville, and we're trying to work our way out of that. The law of unintended consequences, we might be creating a future problem for ourselves, and as I said earlier, expanding the battlefield. Now we're going to have more historic buildings being destroyed because the economic incentives that we inadvertently will create by expanding an overlay will just make it so compelling to do something like that. So I want to tread very carefully here. The project that's in front of us is the Deauville. I'm inclined to move this forward and get this in a posture that can go to voters in November. I think expanding the overlay or being more generous, is going to expand the battlefield, possibly tank the Deauville with the voters, also make this potentially unattractive for Mr. Ross to develop if he knows that he's going to have two massive competing projects one day in the future. And then we're going to potentially see more historic buildings being demolished. So I want to very narrowly explore this.
You know, Chair, your argument's compelling in that the last thing we would want to see is somebody come in and want to destroy a historic property because they've got additional FAR that could be better used. So you've convinced me. I'm moving the item with the overlay as it's presented with the two lots, but not the Sherry Frontenac in its entirety.
So say that again, and I think you have your hand up, Commissioner Fernandez, and we have a lot of public that wants to speak.
Yeah.
So can you?
So I'm going to move the item as recommended by the administration with the overlay with the Deauville property with the lot to the north and with to the south. And I'm going to move that as recommended by the administration because your comment is compelling, and the last thing I want to do is see the historical properties. And the other thing is I don't feel love you guys, but I don't feel obligated to give you the same benefit that a developer that's coming in and taking the big initial risk. It's not fair that everybody gets exactly the same thing in this case. So and so I'm.
Can we respond?
Yeah,
sure.
So I will second it, but I want to make sure you have all the time you need to speak.
We have a chance to talk.
Well, I think your representatives
Thank you
did a very
much.
good
My
job.
name is Ira Sussman. This is my brother Joel Sussman, my dad Eli Sussman, my wife Marcia, Miriam. We have the Sherry Frontenac Hotel. Dad bought the hotel over 50 years ago, and we're pleased to maintain the Sherry Frontenac. I don't know where anybody got a notion that we're demolishing the hotel. That's the furthest thing from our mind. We invested significant monies in the hotel. If you'd come and look, invited all of you to come and take a look. Maybe one of you will come, and you'll see we changed the windows in the hotel. We added terraces to the South Tower. The administration asked us to replace in the front part of the building the west exposure. We put in a new glass facade because it was reminiscent of the way the building was built. So as far as destroying the hotel, we have no intention of destroying the hotel or demolishing the hotel. We're pleased to be in North Beach. We've sustained significant damage by being by the blight of our neighbor. We've been for the last 5.5 years. We're encouraged that Mr. Ross is coming to the community. We don't intend to hurt his development. He came to meet with us, but we do have some issues as with the overlay, the way it was presented, and the planning board recognized some of those issues. First of all, it would be better for the community, for all of North Beach, if instead of having a 500-foot development, you had a 700-foot development. You included the lots on the north, included our lot to the south, together with the Deauville, and instead of each person, us putting up one building, the north putting up a building, and Mr. Ross putting up 2 buildings, if there was a way of putting 3 buildings on the whole site, on all 700 feet of the property, by putting this 150,000 minimum square foot requirement for lot size, you deprive the community to doing what's best for the community. I don't think you should have 150,000 square foot. You prevent a fair discussion between the neighbors. We think that should be struck. If you don't strike it, then I think it should be elevated to the point where you have to have 220,000 square foot of lot size. So in that manner, nobody gets the 4.5 unless they can all work together. As Commissioner Richardson said, there is always room for compromise. But to put us in a position where we get shut out is absolutely wrong. You talk about benefit to the community. The Sherry Frontenac is a benefit to the community. Otherwise, it wouldn't be historic. You made it a public benefit. We have to maintain that property. to reward the property to the north that let their property get to the point where it's under court order of demolition. That's unconscionable to reward that and not to benefit people that have been trying to do the right thing for a sustained period of time. So we ask you that there is a way of moving forward. I think you should drop the 150,000 square foot requirement. This way people will come together and work out a rational resolution to this. But to reward one property, now I appreciate, according to all the different machinations, that we're either at 3.0 at the lot or we're 2.25. The reality is, and we're asking for the Sherry to be included, we're not going to add FAR to the Sherry Frontenac. We're not going to add any more FAR. We would like perhaps to put the bridge back that was there many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, but we tend to move that. We'd like to we can't use all of it. We'll use a part that's rational and reasonable. Everything that gets developed has to come before one of the boards of the city, whether it's the historic board or the design review board, and we're not looking for anything that's not commensurate with what good planning and good development is all about. But the way this thing is written, and I appreciate, I just learned now it's written by the Developers Council, it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not thought out. You're rushing to a conclusion because you got to make a date by August 5 and you got to make a date by July. And we don't feel that we're included. And as people that have been there for 50 years who have maintained the property, we ask you to strike that 150,000 square foot requirement, induce the property owners to work together, and help us develop North Beach in a responsible manner. We're happy to have Mr. Ross come to town, but we think that his development can be improved if you have 700 foot, 3 property owners, and help us come to a resolution.
But for sure. But let me ask Mr. Sussman, your brother, a question. First of all, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your ownership and stewardship of the Sherry Frontenac. It's a jewel to our community. Let me ask you a question. So, if the vacant lot that's in question now, if you were to get the 4.5 FAR, what would you do with it? You've already said that you have no intention to demolish your current property, the Sherry Frontenac. So what would you do with that property if you were to get the 4.5?
We would design a plan that for a building that could work there. We'd like to derive additional revenues to support the Sherry Frontenac as well. You got no idea. You go ahead and make a building a public benefit, a historical building. Our property was built in the 1940s, post-World War II. Okay? Now you go to get insurance every year. Now, if you're the insurance underwriter, would you rather insure a building from the 1940s or from the 21st century?
I got you.
We get hit with additional costs that are nothing to do with the city, but we feel them. We'd like to be benefited. If North Beach is to benefit, it's not one development that deserves to be benefited.
So you're saying the FAR would stay, the 4.5 would stay on that slender site, and we've heard representations, at least from Mr. Kasdan, a little bit from Mr. Mooney, on what that might look like. And
I'm not prepared to give you a design today, but the reality is...
I got you, sir. I got you. I will get to you.
We would put it if we couldn't use it all, and there was a way we could perhaps share it with our next door neighbor.
Yeah, what my concern, I have a couple concerns of what could happen. One is, you get the additional FAR, you spread it out over your entire property. The economic incentives might be compelling for you to, or future generation to, completely demolish the property and do something else. Or, and I'm not going to speak for Mr. Ross. What I think is being set up is, you get the 4.5, and then Mr. Ross is going to negotiate against himself, where you're going to go to Mr. Ross. I would do the same, say, okay, buy my property, but you're not buying it at the 3.0, you're buying it at the 4.5. So he is creating a situation where he's going to go negotiate against himself to buy property that now is more valuable that he created. I don't see how that is in his interest to do.
Think about
He's
what
creating the
you're saying.
value, and then you're asking for more value for yourself that you're going to turn around the following day and say, Mr. Ross, now buy my property, but buy it at the 4.5.
Think about what you're saying. Right now, you have a model, 150,000 square feet. You leave us out, you leave the north neighbor out. That's
You're not being left out. You are getting a 33% increase in FAR.
Well, it depends if it's 3.0 now or 2.25. It's a different way of looking at it. But the reality is, we should participate. Maybe you should come up with a slightly different model. Town Center has an FAR of 3.5. Well, maybe this should all be 3.5. And if you work together, maybe then you can get closer to the 4.5. But the way you've set it up, that you really strike the efficacy of development by the neighbors to a large extent, it's not right. And I encourage you to rethink this, and I encourage you to encourage the 3 property owners to work together. It's better for North Beach to have a better project.
Thank you, Ira. And you remember, I think it was probably 7 or 8 or 9 years ago when I was a state rep, you called and I came up and looked at your historic property, and we had a nice lunch. And I'm so, yeah, absolutely. So do you understand the point that the chair is making, that Mr. Ross is creating value for you? Then it sounds like when you say induce to work together, that sounds like you would like to possibly sell your property to him. So he's going to do something to create a greater value, and then you're going to want him to pay you for the value that he created.
We weren't looking to sell our property. We would like to see if there's a means of establishing some kind of a joint venture between the 3 property owners on part of the project. I mean, he has a hotel project, he has a residential project. Maybe there is some way in discussion to flush that out. We weren't looking to go sell our property, number one. And number 2,
even in a joint venture, whether you sell it or not, it still has increased value. So that's a problem. Listen, I think what's going to happen today is that we're going to move this out of committee. And that's going to happen. And we have until the 20th. If you or others, and I'm happy to meet with you, if you or others have other ideas. But, I think that we're being very fair. And, again, I don't think, with the greatest respect to you and your family, that you should get the same exact benefit as someone who is taking the initial risk. Listen, why didn't you buy the property years ago? You own the adjacent property. You could have bought that Deauville property.
We went to speak to the owners.
And then we'd be sitting here talking about all of it, and you would be making the initial risk, right?
Look, I'm not saying they get the biggest part of the bonus. They got the largest parcel, and we respect that. And we're happy to have them. It's the voters that create the value. But by and large, it's not the dais, it's the voters of Miami Beach. And we would like to participate in an up zone as well. I suggested if we're not at 4.5, Town Center's at 3.5. We also see that, if everybody should be induced that if you have such a larger property, maybe then everybody gets more FAR. And maybe you don't reach the 4.5 level the way it is now with 3 property owners. It's an artificial number, the 4.5. It wasn't devised by the city. It was devised by the council for the developer. So we ask you to include us because we feel we're deserving. They're deserving to the fact that we're a historic property and we have obligations with that designation. And we would like to, and it's not something that's going to go all down South Beach and all up North Beach. You got natural barriers. You got the Sterling Hotel, or the Sterling Condominium. Used to be the Sterling Hotel before it was demolished. And right next to us on the south side, used to have the Monte Carlo Hotel, which was demolished and replaced with the Monte Carlo apartments. So those are the barriers. You got a lot on either side of the Deauville, and we ask you just so we could have FAR from the Sherry, not to put on the Sherry. And you could write it that it'll be transferred over. We're not looking to be unreasonable. You're right. Not everybody has the same deep pocket, but on an equivalence basis, everybody's taking risk. Fixing up the Sherry over the last X number of years was also a financial risk, but we've done it, and we continue to do it. And we have a program, and the city's worked with us, and we'd like to continue that. But no, not everybody can develop at the magnitude of Mr. Ross. We're thankful he's here.
Thank you, and we appreciate that you've been there and that you're part of the community, and you do recognize, and I appreciate you recognizing that we are with this current proposal giving you something with nothing in exchange. You're just wanting a little bit more, and I'm not ready to support that little bit more right now. But recognize that you're getting something right now.
I appreciate that. At one time, it was at a 6 FAR, and the city cut that. They didn't give anybody any benefit. It's an ebb and flow. So we ask you, this is partially restorative.
So, and I don't know, Tom, if this can be done, given this will go to commission July 20th and maybe eventually to voters, is there a way, for argument's sake, if we were to say, for argument's sake, 4.5, that there are covenants, agreements with you as a property owner that you won't do something that is concerning to Mr. Ross, and also addressing issues that I think me and my colleagues have, which is that you would do something we wouldn't want to be done to the Sherry Frontenac. Maybe can you spread out some of it over the property to invest in the property, make it more resilient for the next 50 years, but not turning it into a high-rise luxury condo?
We have no problem that we're not putting the FAR on the Sherry Frontenac. As far as a neighboring property owner, Mr. Ross, when he becomes the property owner, we expect he has a clean canvas. He's got vacant land. That should be reciprocal. We're not going to do anything to affect him. He shouldn't do anything that we both have to live, because that's the way every property owner is. But as far as the Sherry Frontenac, we recognize the historical sensitivity. But you can't tell one property owner you can't do anything that somebody else may not like. We have design guidelines here. We have boards of review. And we aim to be always a good neighbor. But the neighbor should also have the same regulation. You can't just put it on one side.
I just kind of reading the tea leaves, and I could be totally wrong, but I see what happens come November, whatever, this passes, you get 4.5, you're literally knocking on Mr. Ross's door the next day saying, buy my property, and it's at 4.5 FAR, not 3.0, and he's negotiating against himself. I don't blame him for, trying to hold the line on this. Because if you were to, and I don't know that the time will permit it, but if you were to come and say, look, this is what we're planning on doing to the Sherry Frontenac, if we were to have 4.5 FAR, we wouldn't be knocking it down. We wouldn't be building a tall, slender building on the property. We'd take the FAR, spread it out over the property, do some things to make it more resilient for the next 100 years. I don't know. I'm not speaking for my colleagues. I'm not even sure I would go for it, but I would possibly entertain something like that. But to try to remove the things that everyone's concerned about, I think it would behoove you to maybe go down that route.
The other concern is that while you are honoring the historic nature of the building, you might sell your property. And the next owner might say, I don't have the same level of interest as Ira, and now I've got 4.5. I want to tear it down.
But the building is designated. We're a contributing structure in the historical district.
I understand.
So
even in these situations, things happen, right? Maybe someone buys it, and it goes to derelict.
Don't let the 4.5 vest on the site. Require that it be used next door or on the north properties. We're not looking to knock down the Sherry and put up a 4.5.
But see, that's exactly what I don't want. Is I don't want all that FAR put in to your property that's on the north. I don't want that.
It could only be used as determined by design regulations and everything. And we probably, as I heard, we can't use it all. We can't use it all.
Then you don't need it. That's why this is the compromise I'm talking about.
But if we do a joint venture or participate with a neighbor, if a neighbor is pushed to encourage, maybe then there is a way of using it.
Mr. Sussman, you can come back up just to get some fresh voices. Your brother would like to speak, but there's some folks here I know from the historic preservation community that haven't spoken, and their voice is very important here. So I want to get some fresh voices.
Thank you for the
We can keep going for a while longer.
And I appreciate you have an open mind.
Thank you, sir.
No, I would just.
Mike, please. Come up to the mic.
Sure. Let me go. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul Savage with offices at 2555 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables, Florida. Mr. Chair, if I could just have 3 minutes, I think, is all I need to make my points.
Can you just tell us who you represent?
Yes, sir. Again, I'm here together with Michael Larkin as co-counsel. I'm representing the Sherry Frontenac owners and the BTL investment owners to the north. I'm going to follow your lead, Commissioner Richardson, where you made a remark about the excellence of the lawyering, both on behalf of the city, on behalf of the applicant and my co-counsel, and your city attorney's office and the people on the dais. I practice principally in other places, and this has been, the analytical work here has been excellent. So I've watched everything, and I see where you are, where your head is going on this. I do have a couple of points. I have to do my job and make my record. So I will do that as quickly and efficiently as possible. And to say that there's been a lot of things put on the record today that it essentially is horse trading over a single project. This has all been driven, not as Commissioner Fernandez described, would be a pristine and probably a more favorable situation where this kind of legislation is born of the city itself, of the city professional staff and the planning director and the office of the city attorney. And we did a legislative overlay that was to further compelling public policies. And instead, it's been admitted in the open proceedings that in fact this was drafted and is driven by a very successful applicant who's coming to the city and who we all appreciate their unparalleled success. However, what we're not allowed to do is to use that legislative process to essentially upzone, rezone, or have a site plan approval or other quasi-judicial approvals that go to a single site. And the city's code talks about that a quasi-judicial proceeding has an impact on a limited number of persons or property owners and on identifiable properties and interests. And so I say in my letter, and I quote that, that's to say that if we are going to principally, approve Mr. Ross's project here, that this is really the wrong process. If you don't include and treat equally the other property owners. So we've singled out one site to get, as Commissioner Fernandez points out, a large height increase, a large FAR increase that the other ones do not enjoy. And for those reasons, I believe that, and you say, well, what's the difference between the legislative and the quasi-judicial? Well, under the code, the difference is the type of proceeding. The applicant bears all the burdens. They bring evidence before you. Staff certainly has a staff recommendation, et cetera, but other parties can come in, cross-examine. It's a different animal, procedurally speaking. And I need to make that point and make that record, and it's really driving our request that you embrace the other properties as was determined by the planning board. And the questions of fairness and everything, and I won't belabor the point because I think you've recognized it is for 50 or 40 years, for decades, this client has faithfully maintained the Sherry Frontenac, and we don't have time today, but their greatest generation patriarch dad testified in front of the planning board about giving free meals to the community over the years, and you know them better than I do. So the idea that now they're on their back foot trying to defend what might happen with them when they have an unbroken history of faithful preservation is ridiculous. They just want to be treated fairly and similarly. And so I think that they've made that point. The second point is that there is an idea of spot zoning here. Mr. Larkin said that is a difficult allegation to lodge. But I think in this case, if you only upzone that one parcel and treat the other ones differently, you will be subject to these kinds of challenges that a lawyer like myself might bring. The way this is set up now, it was put on the record, there's really for the protection and possible inclusion. The little snippets on the end were really for the protection and or inclusion to the Deauville overall site plan and development. That's not a sweeping legislative policy change that benefits the city. That's clearly we're doing something for the benefit and the protection of a single property owner. And so, even other non-lawyers like the Miami-Dade Historical Preservation League, even they have just come out and said, wow, this only benefits one property. And what happens is because they have the 150,000 square foot limitation, and they're the only ones that are admitted to that club. So I see you nodding your head, and I also see that I've taken more time than I asked for. So with that, I will just conclude and say that the quasi-judicial procedures would require that you pick an avenue and either say, look, this is a rezoning or a site plan approval or other approval of Mr. Ross's development, or it's a legislative overlay. But right now, I humbly suggest we have our feet on two icebergs, and we need to pick one. Thank you very much. I'm here if you have any further questions on my part of this of these issues. Yes, sir.
I for one, will, up until this is a done deal one way or the other, I will continue to have an open mind for your client. I voiced my concerns. Please take that under advisement with your clients, and feel free to approach me and tell me how we might be able to assuage my concerns. Otherwise, we're going this path until it goes to the full commission for vote. But today we're going to be moving this out of committee. But you're hearing concerns about why we're hesitant to expand to the higher FAR. Take that under advisement, and feel free to reach out. Commissioner Fernandez, you
yes.
Have
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I recognize the purpose of this overlay is to incentivize private property owners to redevelop their properties and to encourage economic activity that's going to help us fund that North Beach CRA that we fought for so dearly, which is why it's so important that Mr. Ross is sitting there in that front row. But I just want to recognize what that we have the assessments here before us making this ask of us, because they've been part of this community also for a very long time. They've been sitting next to an eyesore. I have to assume your average daily rate in your hotel room probably wasn't too attractive sitting next to that, abandoned eyesore that we have in the community right now. And notwithstanding the fact that you had historic preservation approvals to demolish portions of your property, approvals that you sought legally and lawfully, you decided not to. And you decided, Mr. Sussman, to keep those historic elements on your property. But you lawfully went and you applied and you sought through a legal process to demolish parts of your property, and the Historic Preservation Board gave you that right and that authority plus 12 other variances, and you didn't do it. and you decided to preserve this Henry Holhauser gem in our community. And I thank you for that. But now, this property, the DeVille, is still under the ownership of a negligent property owner. That we don't know that after the voters, whether they pass this or not, but if they do, we don't know. Hopefully there'll be a closing, but we don't know if there will be a closing because anything can happen as we've discussed here. But I don't want to take away from the fact that you, Mr. Sussman, you have done things right. Even when you had the right to demolish parts of your building that you sought the proper approvals for, you didn't do it. And, you know, why wouldn't you now go and make an eyesore of your property to bend our arms and force us to give you now a higher FAR? So I couldn't just not let myself put that on the record. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I just want to follow up on one of your comments. You said, you want to be treated fairly and similarly. And similarly means equally. So we can treat you fairly without treating you equally. So already in the current proposal with the overlay, you're getting an increase in FAR without doing anything. And I have said I remain open. This is going to move out of committee today. But I remain open to hearing how we can perhaps be more fair if you think this is not fair. But we don't have to be equal to be fair. Because, again, I make the point that the person taking the greater risk should get a larger benefit. That's just fair because they're taking the greater risk. I mean, your client could have bought the Deauville property, and then you'd be here talking about that overlay. So I think you guys need to think about some compromise that you want us to consider before the 20th that may include some additional but not the same amount, because I'm not going to agree that that property would get the same exact FAR as the other property. I want, if there's an additional compromise to be had, I'm open to that. But we are already, in this current proposal, giving the Sherry Frontenac owners and the owners to the north something for nothing. We're not asking for any public benefit, nothing. So what we have on the table now, I believe, is fair. Now, if you think it can be more fair, I'm willing to hear that. And also, the owners of the hotel, and we appreciate they're part of the community for many, many years, have a business model now that does not enjoy very high hotel rates. And so with the redevelopment of the area, the hotel rates may triple, and their business model is going to change. So there's going to be tremendous economic benefit to the Sherry Frontenac.
I just want to, and I appreciate all of that. I just wanted to make one little point for the record, because you may not know, and that is in the proceedings before the Planning and Zoning Board, in that crucible of everyone, chiming in, and together with Mr. Kasdan, had remarks that, if we were to come up to their level, to the 4.5, and be included, that the public benefits that were being required, that we from the larger development, would on a commiserate basis. We didn't want to sign up for at their level, but in other words, staff would work with us to commiserate with our square footage and things like that. So I just want to I just wanted to make clear that we were not that the recommendation of the planning board to include us with the 4.5 also included in their text that we would bear a proportionate burden of those benefits. So we weren't trying to excuse ourselves from that.
But what you just said, I think, was very telling to me, in that you said that you would offer public benefits, but not at the same level. But yet you want to be treated equal on the FAR.
No. I'm trying to say. It sounds like I didn't do a very good job. That it was decided at the planning board with our agreement that if we were to, and it's in the text, that it's only fair that if we were to go up to the higher level, that we would also be subject to their public benefit requirements, commensurate with our size, so that we would be the same. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So I thank you, and I thank you. You said several times you had an open mind, and we have some smart people in our camp, and we will continue to work with everyone. And I appreciate you allowing me to make my record. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Sir.
Ricky, if I can, I just want to make it clear also, by the way, because, building upon Commissioner Richardson's point, which is true, to be fair, you don't have to be equal, because sometimes it's proportionate as well. But anything that you come forward with, asking for additional, FAR, I'm going to be asking you for the same information I'm asking of Mr. Ross, by the way, impacts, how you plan to mitigate those impacts, traffic, infrastructure, and all that associated to that FAR, because again, it's part of the information that I don't have, that for me is important, as well as, public benefit for this. So it's part of what I would want to see. Thank you.
Yeah, sir, and that's my sentiment also. Like, if you, for argument's sake, let's say we were going to say, yes, you can have the 4.5 FAR. The question asked earlier is, what are you going to do with the property? And I know we put you on the spot, but you'll have the next couple of weeks to try to answer that. If you can answer it satisfactorily to me, that it's this outstanding idea that's going to benefit the community, I'll entertain it. But if you don't have a good answer, personally, I'll tell you now, I won't, because I know how this could play out, which is basically you're going to turn around the next day and say, Mr. Ross, buy my property, at an increased valuation that I did nothing to generate, but you did. I don't know how you build anything on this slender of a site, 24,000 square foot sites, or half acre, with times 4.5, 115,000 square feet on something this slender. It won't work. There's nothing you can do on it. The only thing you can do on it is sell it back to Mr. Ross. Okay. Now, I could be wrong. Please educate me post this meeting.
There are three givens over here. One is everybody, including the Sherry Frontenac and the neighbors to the north, are happy Mr. Ross came to town. We're all happy about that. He's one of the most qualified guys to do this. That's the first given. The second given is the city, and I think the planning department, the planning directors here, Tom Mooney, will agree that 3 buildings are better than 4. And the third given is, in real estate, and I think Mr. Ross will back me up on this, is instead of doing several small projects, it's better to do one large project. Instead of having 3 different architects, the Sherry architect figuring out how to use the small lot, and the architect to the north, and then Frank Gehry, it's better to have one architect and 3 buildings and a large development. Okay? That is what you should incentivize. Nobody is looking for anything for nothing. Mr. Ross is going to give a lot. Everybody's going to give their proportionate share, according to how many square feet they have. How you incentivize that, okay, is not the way it's written. And it's a very simple change. Everybody gets 3.5, like Town Center. Mr. Ross is going to go ahead with or without this, okay? You can see how committed he is and how he wants to make a beautiful project here. You don't hire Frank Gehry on a dream. He's not he thinks big, but he accomplishes things. He's going to do this with Frank Gehry, with or without 4 or 4.5. It's going to go ahead, okay? He should get incentivized, but the optimum incentive should be if you bring the community together and you don't have 3 people doing 3 different projects. Yes, he'll have the lion's share. He'll get most reward. He took most risk. He gets the lion's share. but the guy on the north and the guy on the south have a participation. Okay? That's what should be encouraged. If you would put Mr. Ross in a room with us and the people on the north in a half hour, you'd have an arrangement of how he would run the whole project. And we'd all agree with him. Okay?
I mean,
but
implicit
you're
in what
not
you're saying-
giving us an incentive to do that.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but implicit in what you're saying, tell me if I'm wrong, you would, to do something like you're talking about, this much larger project, ostensibly you'd have to sell your entire property.
No, I don't. I participate. It's 700 feet. The whole North Beach is developed. It's better for the community. It's better for Ross. He doesn't have to worry what's going to be built on the south, what's going to be built on the north. He controls the whole thing. Incentivize that.
How does he control a property he doesn't own?
I'm sorry?
How would he control something that you don't own, that he doesn't own?
What do you mean?
you said
own
a
it.
joint venture.
I'm sorry.
Joint venture.
Right, you're forcing Mr. Ross into a joint venture that he may not
Excuse
want
me.
to be doing.
Wait a second. We're not forcing him.
All right.
He
Okay,
gets
your time is up, sir.
Look, you see, everybody gets 20 minutes. And
I mean, when you're polite, you get more time.
I'm
When you're
very
rude
sorry.
and interrupt, you get less. You're over your time. Thank
Excuse
you.
me. You could give me a chance to say I'm sorry. If I was rude, I'm very sorry. I did not. I'm a little emotional.
I understand.
I've been here for 50
And
years.
I
and
understand.
Calm down. I'm
Okay.
very. Please
Okay.
forgive
Do
me.
over. Go ahead.
Thank you for my oversight. Okay. Nobody can.
I'm the
force-
same way. I'm passionate too. Go ahead.
I'll tone it down. Okay, so nobody tells Mr. Ross what to do. He doesn't have to do anything. He could go home tomorrow and it wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't affect his lifestyle. But he wants to make a legacy project here. We'd like to participate in the worst way in helping to redevelop North Beach. If there was an incentive, in other words, to get the 4.5, if all the neighbors work together, he would be in charge. He doesn't have to. He could take the Deauville site, have 3.5, and do beautiful project. He's going to do it anyhow. But I'm saying if there was an incentive, maybe he'd have 80%, I'd have 10%, the guy in the north would have 10%, whatever the percentages are, that's what would happen. But there's no incentive. There's a disincentive because you send us into the room with a handicap. We're not, maybe, we're not even talking on the same plane because you're forcing 3 projects. You should incentivize one massive redevelopment.
No, but sir, listen. The concern is that you think that your hands are tied, but I've heard you and your brother both mention now about 3 times participation, joint venture. You're trying to get this body, a governmental agency, to force Mr. Ross into a JV. And that's not the role of government. The role of government is to create the atmosphere, the overlay. We're not here to negotiate on your behalf or his behalf. And we're not going to create a situation, I'm not going to support a situation that forces anybody to enter into a JV with you. It's not going to happen.
I agree with you, and I wouldn't want you to do that. Government
No, you
should
just
not do
asked
that.
us to do it.
Excuse me. I asked you to incentivize the neighborhood with extra FAR.
But you
if
keep
there was a
talking
joint
about 3 buildings instead of 4, and in order to do that, you're talking about a JV, you're talking about a participation. That may not be his vision, and it's not it's not our purpose to require that of a developer.
Let me explain. Maybe I'm not missing
Mr.
myself.
Chair, point of order. Our meeting started at 9:30. Our new rules of procedures provide for 4 hours for meetings and 1 additional hour for extension. I have meetings this afternoon with the Bureau. We have to see our manager. I have meetings with constituents in my office as well. So I just wanted to put it there for the record that at some point by 2:30 the latest, I'm going to leave, and at 1:40 I specifically have to step out for an interview.
Okay, yeah. Now, I want to bring this in for Lance. It's been moved and seconded. It's going to move out of committee. I don't know how you want to vote on this. Is an alternative matter?
I don't have enough information today to vote yes, but I put on the record what I need by commission and I trust that we've communicated well, but I just don't have enough information that just me, that the public, I believe, needs as well today.
Hey, Ricky, can I want to just say something? So, look, and I appreciate that, Commissioner. If this has got a very perilous path, this is not an easy lift, okay? This is sort of like the NCAA basketball tournament. You're one and out if you lose. And so adding a lot of things to it, trying to incentivize a JV, which basically I think my colleagues are right on. It's not our job. By the way, our job also isn't to make things worse for the area. And if I thought for a second that this project was going to diminish the area in some way, I would certainly say, well, that's not fair. That would not be fair. But I am 100% convinced, 100%, that once this project gets going, when it just looks like it's going to be green lit, that there's going to be an upsurge of value in the area, that rates are going to go up, values are going to go up, people are going to start looking to see what they can do in the vicinity and the community. It's going to be a true catalyst for the area. So I don't have any worry at all that if we do this, as it's recommended by our administration, that all the boats are going to rise. I don't think it's our job to say, well, you know what, it would be better if all these guys got together. We don't do this for a living, all right? We don't do this for a living. None of us do that for a living. We don't have the ability to say, well, obviously his cash flow is this and his bandwidth is that. They would be great partners. Let's force them into partnership together. That's not what we can do, and I'm pretty certain that you're going to tell us that's absolutely not what we should do. So I tend to follow the administration's recommendation because I think we retain exceptional people to advise us, and it's only in the rarest of circumstances where we don't listen to them, because all of us are part-time elected officials. We all do what we do in our other jobs. So for me, what Tom and what our legal department says we should do, in this case, I'm going to support. I know I'm not voting today, but I'll be voting obviously next week, and it's my measure. Not to say that the other properties aren't, especially the hotel. It's a great property, but we really can't be expected to force that on somebody. And if there's some other plan you can come up with, great, love to hear it. But at this point, I think we've got to follow what Tom has said we should follow. And I'm going to do that at the commission meeting. I hope we get you back by then. I feel good about you. But it should pass out of here as the administration has recommended.
And Chair, if I may, I moved it and it was seconded in that way, and I remain open-minded to hearing other possibilities. I'm not going to be open-minded to hearing any structure that would require a JV or how to structure some business arrangement. That's not the role of government. And so I think we're probably pretty close to bringing it in for a landing.
Yeah, and we still have one additional item, which is yours, item number 1, which I think, is, you think so? Okay. Daniel, and I really want to hear from you and your colleagues on this issue.
Thank you.
You've had the benefit now of hearing lots of opinions and testimony. How are you seeing things?
Thank you, Commissioner and Committee. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. First, I want to say that we have spent many years trying to figure out a way for the Deauville to get back up and running. It is a major economic impact to the neighborhood. Some of you who may not have been around as long might not remember the Carillon had a similar fate. It was actually, the Deauville's been closed for 5 years. The Carillon was closed for 15 years. But what happened, the city had the FAR of 4.5, and they allowed a new tower, but the Carillon historic building was retained. And right now, my fear is that the way this is structured, as written by the developers, that it's on the path to lose in November, unless there is a course correction. And I remember Neeson, he's a worthy friend and sometimes adversary, talking about the Ocean Terrace. Very similar situation, really run down, developer who was going to come and change the whole neighborhood. And unfortunately, it went on the ballot without the preservation component. the developer kind of went in, not too different from today, saying it's a vacant lot, we're not saving this. And the voters responded, I believe, accordingly. They did not approve it. What happened a few years after, there was a master plan, and actually the North Beachers got together and looked at the vision for that neighborhood. By the way, the Deauville was on that site, was on that map, and we were part of bringing the CRA there with the hope that when the Deauville got back online, it would be an economic generator. So my concern is that the current proposal is incentivizing the demolition of the Deauville. It was very heartbreaking to hear the developer basically say it's going to be an Equinox. I mean, I could see the mailers now, was it Deauville? Will it be an Equinox? I'm not designing the mailers, but I'm just thinking out loud what...
And I don't mean to interrupt. I apologize in advance for that. But we do have a court order. I preface my statements by saying there's a court order, and we have been threatened thinly, if not overtly, as commissioners to be held in contempt of court. I don't know where you're going with this, but if you're saying that we need to save the Deauville, that's going to be a tough mountain to climb. So help me understand where you're going.
Okay, I was at that hearing, by the way, and the judge did threaten to hold, the mayor and commission in contempt.
The mayor's fine, just not me. I don't want to be held in contempt of court.
Anyway, I was going to make a joke, but I won't. But anyway, he said that if anything was done to stop what was sort of the processing of a demolition application, he could hold you in contempt. But he did not say, and I'm glad he brought this up because it's important to know, he didn't say the building cannot be saved. Obviously, if this owner, with all of his amazing strengths and power, went to, the building officials said, listen, we've seen MDPL's report. We think we actually could, just like the Carillon or 3,000 other historic buildings that we have, there is a way to repair it. I believe that would be fine. The city's not under a court order to demolish a building. That was regarding the Marijuello lawsuit, and the city attorneys could explain that. But I just want to dispel the idea that it must be knocked down. And then the other thing I want to say, because we haven't met with the team yet, we're going to meet with them in the afternoon, but there are many other buildings like the Addition, which I think is such a great example. It was a Melvin Grossman, and they had the lot to the north, and they built a big tower, which you can't even really see from the site. And I know that, I think that we actually could work together, and we're not trying to do any joint ventures, but I understand some of the perspective. But here's my idea. What if we work together and say, okay, maybe we would agree to 4.5 FAR if the site has a contributing structure. So then we just shift slightly the incentive and we say, yes, by the way, the Deauville, the main building is on the very northern edge. There's a ton of land where they could build beautiful towers by Frank Gehry, but just don't forget the essence of who we are. And let's spend the next week rolling up our sleeves to come up with something that will pass. Because I think we all would like it to pass, and the CRA money would be major. We just want to make sure that that special thing that makes North Beach what it is, the Deauville, the resort, that it is retained in some way. We could discuss the details with the owner or the potential owner. But we know you're not the preservation board. We get it. So we don't expect you're going to talk a lot about that. But we think that that's going to sweeten the deal to sell it to the voters, because it is the biggest FAR increase, I think, since Save Miami Beach. And we work together to approve Town Center. And, people might not like it, but I think there's been a lot of investment. So let's continue that, but not forget where we came from.
Daniel, just so I understand, you said a lot of, important things, but your ideal situation, but for the demolition by neglect would be to save the Deauville. But are you sort of proposing, I know you have a meeting later with Mr. Ross, saving a portion of it or trying to keep it intact? I'm not sure.
Well, that's up for discussion. We haven't seen, a preservation analysis, so I don't want to just say publicly that. But right now we're at vacant lot. What?
I just don't want you and get people's hopes up to go down a road that we can't go. There is a court order out there, and I don't want to mess with this judge. If you follow what he's done with Surfside and his comments on the record on this matter, I think you have to do what sort of the law of the possible, right? So I don't know where your ultimate
Can we
goal
get an
is, but
update
I just
on-
want to make sure you don't spend endless resources to try to accomplish something that we can't, because we do have a court order for demolition.
Okay. So that's a great point. We, right now, from the preservation perspective, the only incentive we would ever have to give more FAR is with a preservation component, right? So if that court order, if everything doesn't change and in September it implodes, we're not here because we're not interested. You don't give FAR to vacant sites in Miami Beach without a real public benefit. And maybe you can convince the voters that this is it, but I have some experience with the voters. They like history, and they want to see an effort, I think, and that's what we'd like to work with them together, not adversarially. But I mean, I would love you to have the city attorney eventually, maybe in a letter, let you know if the owner came to the building official, would the building official be open to some sort of preservation? My understanding is yes, but that's just, I'm not a lawyer. So I hope that's helpful, but
I'll leave it to you to have that meeting with Mr. Ross and your colleagues to talk about historic preservation. We haven't really spoken to Mr. Ross. We only met yesterday in the afternoon about what we would like to see on the public benefit side. So I think there's still a lot clearly to be hashed out over the next coming months. And I hope we all come together and support this, and that this passes overwhelming with 70-some% and not 51%, because that'll leave a bad taste in voters' minds.
Me too. We both like to win, so let's make it happen.
And I think there's a big win for everybody here.
Yeah.
I just want us to be reasonable, and that's why I was asking you. Obviously, take that court order very seriously, because we have to go for what's possible, and then try to negotiate from that perspective.
Yeah, let me just add to that. So, I don't like when judges threaten me either, and I take it very seriously. So the property, that building has been determined to not be historic, okay? And you need to...
What?
The entire building, there are historical features. So I would encourage you in your conversations with Mr. Ross to talk about incorporating historical features, like maybe something related to a porte cochere or something like that would be iconic. But if it sounds to me like you want to save the building. That's your goal. And
that's been the city's goal all along, unless the policy
Well,
changed.
I think there's a court order.
Right, but that doesn't mean there with the new owner.
I'm just saying that, so if you're saying that you're going to try to kill the project unless that building is saved, I don't think that's going to be in the best interest of our community, and I'll put that on the record.
Right, but you just also said with the Sussmans, you don't want to encourage demolition by neglect. And
I don't.
The biggest benefactor today, as it's written, are the Marijuelos. And I'll put that on the record any day, and I'll share that with everybody, because when this is built, by the way, no one here is, I think, yet going to be in office in 28, and we're going to be the ones sharing the history, and we don't forget. So I'm going to put that out there as well. And by the way, it is historic, so please don't say it's not. That's misinformation. It is a contributing structure in the North Beach Local Historic District. So please don't get that wrong.
And as I said before, there are few people that want to punish the current owners for their behavior. But we need to be thinking of the bigger picture, and that is not to punish the entire community, to punish one. So keep that in mind.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other folks, come on up. And Nick, do we have folks on the line?
I have 3 with their hands up.
Okay.
Good
We'll
afternoon,
get to them. Hi, sir.
Mayor, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mike Hill. I work with the Hotel Workers Union, Unite Here, Local 355. I know all of you. It's good to see you guys. I just wanted to raise a couple things, right? Historically, developments like this are controversial, and we've been through this, many, many years. And they raise concerns about the impacts of the neighborhood to the community, and for us in particular, around the future hotel workforce. And in our experience, developments like this have worked the best when they were done, like the Convention Center Hotel, the last project, right? Where the mayor, some members of this commission brought us together. We were able to address our concerns on the front end, way before this went to the ballot, way before folks had to take positions on it. And that's our hope, that we can do that over the next 2 weeks. We'd love to figure that out, sit down, work out concerns and be unified in our support.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, Mr. Ross is from New York. He's well-versed in dealing with unions. I'll leave that to you and your team, Mr. Ross. I'm sure you heard the comments. Not to mention the Players Union in the NFL.
Hi, good afternoon. Matthew Goltanoff. I'm a resident, speaking as a resident of Miami Beach. By the way, I'm not looking to pick on anyone in particular. It was just in writing, and I thought it was relevant. This was a quote.
Excuse me, just a point of order. I think we have a new rule on signs in the chamber.
I did measure.
Did you measure?
I did measure 18 by
Perfect.
24 inches. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead and read it.
Yes. So this is Mayor of Miami Beach, Dan Gelber. I think it is critical that any agreement would require the maximum number of living units to be significantly less than what is currently allowed. And not to change the subject from what we were talking about earlier, but what we're doing today is we're encouraging less people living here, right? So this live, work, play is what's supposed to be the new policy. And by decreasing the density, right, that's allowed, by encouraging fourth and fifth units, we're not allowing people, we're not addressing the housing crisis that we have in the city. This is an editorial in today's Miami Herald. Density is not a dirty word, right? In the Miami Today news here, there is a housing summit where the mayor of the county talks about how they're looking to increase the amount of housing. In our own city, 80% of the city employees don't live in Miami Beach. Many employees in the hospitality industry have to take 4 or 5 different modes of transportation, public transit, to get here. Hours and hours of commuting. But many members of the city's hospitality industry do live on Miami Beach, and they're fortunate enough to, but they are victims of this housing crisis, and they're being priced out. So while there are going to be benefits, perhaps money from the CRA down the road, $6.4 million a year, I think the year was 2030 we're talking about, perhaps there might be a contribution to a housing fund. These are things that are years down the road. At over 750,000 square feet, there's probably ample opportunity to have some sort of housing component for full-time residents, not just fourth and fifth residences that would probably be the people that are buying the proposed units in this luxury tower. So I just want to keep that in mind. I want everyone else to think about that as well. It's not just, we spent 2 hours talking about the adjacent property owners and whether or not they're going to get the same benefits, but there's a whole entire community here. And as policy setters, right, you have an opportunity here to make a positive impact on this housing crisis. And yes, we heard at the Stanton, oceanfront property is not the place to do it. We have 7 miles of oceanfront property. We have 7 miles of bayfront property. I mean, are we going to keep saying over and over and over every single opportunity this isn't the right opportunity? I think, we have an opportunity. We do have an opportunity, if you choose to do so, to make a positive impact. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks, Matt.
I want to just complete the record on this. Sorry, I'm not debating with you. I like everything you always say. The intensity is so that we don't have congestion there. Workforce housing is never going to be oceanfront housing. However, you raise a very good point. The CRA has a requirement that a certain percentage go to workforce housing. And if this happens, this project alone, I think, will cast off within a certain number of years, 5 to 10 million, not even including the other hundreds of millions of dollars you're going to cast off, which means that we will be putting into the CRA area, which is a pretty broad area, an intense amount of money dedicated directly to workforce housing. So this project and what it will catalyze in the community is going to address exactly the issue you want. Obviously, I think there's no one in housing who's going to say the job is to build workforce housing on oceanfront land. That is never going to happen anywhere. But the good news is because we created the CRA, we are going to be able to address in a meaningful way, when we haven't been able to, workforce housing challenges in our community in the CRA. So I appreciate you raising the point. It's, I think, a very good thing for that issue.
Mr. Chair, could I make one more comment?
Sure.
So the project area also fronts Collins Avenue, a busy state road, tens of thousands of vehicles a day. And it's nearly 750,000 square feet, maybe more if the adjacent properties are included. there's probably an opportunity, and of course that would be a great public benefit, to include, if it's going to be perhaps next to the busy street where it may not be the most optimal. So I just want to put it out there that these are large things, and you may not have an oceanfront view, but there are opportunities. And the other thing is that Miami Beach residents, compared to the county, compared to the state, compared to the country, we bike, we ride, we walk, we take transit to work in addition to driving. So actually, it's likely that more people living on site would end up with less traffic in the area and less congestion versus transient uses. So I think, you talked about the traffic boogeyman and other projects. More people living there could result in less traffic to the area. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Any folks here in the audience that want to speak? If not, we'll go to callers on Zoom.
Our first caller is Elizabeth Latone.
Okay. Good morning, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you're on.
Good afternoon. Hi. I had to unmute, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Ross, I would like to formally welcome you to the neighborhood. I live 3 buildings down from the Deauville property, and I'm very excited to see what happens. I hope and I pray that you do include some portions of the historic Deauville in this project. I also wanted to ask specifically, not to Mr. Ross, but to the chair, why is the center of the island included in this overlay? I'm not quite sure why. It seems like we should have a smaller footprint. Also, the buildable square footage allowable under the current FAR is 3.0. I'm not sure why we need 4.5. But I think we're all nervous about this becoming Sunny Isles Junior. We'd like to see some public benefit with infrastructure. Also, the planning board, excuse me, I'm not quite sure here what's going on. The planning board didn't overwhelmingly approve everything. There were many questions left unanswered, and I think that we as citizens that live around the area would like to see what exactly is happening. I'd also like to ask that there not be more properties that undermine the historic designation of this area. The Sherry is quite important. I'm very concerned about the fact that it's taken 40 years for any building on that site to happen. And I've asked specifically why things haven't been done. And that business model right now is an airline hotel. So I'm very confused about a lot of these things. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I look forward to meeting you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Joseph Magazine.
Hi, all. Thank you all for your time. I agree with the sentiments expressed by several of the speakers today, including Daniel Seraldo, Matthew, and Commissioner Fernandez, that this is a very, very important project. I think we all hope to see go through in some form or the other. But we also do need to look at further community benefits. And I'd like to make a suggestion to tie a lot of these interests together. Something I suggested at Planning Board, which they actually adopted, and I hope you'll consider. We heard from Mr. Kasdan about the incremental tax revenue this project would bring into the city, and Mayor Gelber just echoed those comments for the CRA. It will help our budget for years to come, but sometimes benefits 20 years in the future are hard for voters to comprehend. We can see if part of the agreement, if Mr. Ross would be open to making an upfront payment to the city that can immediately be put towards a workforce housing project in the area. A shovel for that project could go into the ground on day one before the Deauville is even developed, and Mr. Ross would then be repaid via the incremental tax revenue generated by this project. It's a structure similar to tax increment financing bonds, but on a unilateral basis. It's not squeezing the developer. He's essentially just providing time value of money. And this could also be a way to solve the overlay district. You can bifurcate the agreement where if any parcel on that unified site accepts a greater than 3.5 FAR, they'd be required to make a similar upfront payment put towards middle class or workforce housing. A structure such as this could lead directly on day one to the most transformative workforce housing project in our city's history. So you'd be killing many birds with one stone. We'd be getting a transformative project in North Beach, but also having a transformative project for workforce and affordable housing. As Matthew pointed out, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Hopefully, this goes forward as the community sees fit, and I wish everybody involved luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Before we go to Mr. Finglass, is there anybody else online?
I don't have any other hands up right now.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to thank Daniel for his brilliant presentation. I have really only two things to add to it. One is we're not talking about a vacant lot. Everybody today has been speaking as though the patient has died. The patient is very much alive, and it has a new doctor's report and engineering survey that says it is salvageable, which very few people have mentioned here. It appears as though most, if not all, of the historic Deauville will be gone soon. But I think the preservationist plea is to, when we work with Mr. Ross this afternoon, to try to save as much of the structure and decor as possible, because it is a major landmark, and it should not be just swept under the rug and forgotten. So I would implore that if you are going to pass negatively on it, and the commission votes negatively on it, that we try to save as much as is possible, since it is salvageable and since it is very important to the history of North Beach. Thanks.
Okay. I'll leave it to you guys to talk. Again, this is my comment about trying to do what's possible. If folks that might have some hesitancy about this project or complete opposition are of the opinion that the Deauville can be saved, based on conversations I've had with legal counsel, I don't know that is factual, right? So we can keep arguing. The court's already told us which way they're going to go. So appeal. I'm not going to be held in contempt of court. So it is not a vacant lot yet. Sadly, or however one feels about it, it's going to be. Okay, so I think what we need to do is figure out what is next for that site and work with this developer who has stepped up with, I think, a really compelling project for our community, and decide whether we want that or not. But to try to rewind the clock and save the Deauville, I don't think that's possible. And we, not you, we are on real thin ice with a judge who has made it really clear in the last year, both at Surfside and this project, that he's got no patience for buildings that have been deemed unsafe structures. I'm not going to jeopardize myself to legal liability, fines, and worse. I'm just not going to. So that's what I'm saying. You have a very, very high mountain to climb if your position is going to be you have to somehow save the Deauville. I would encourage you to talk to this developer about something far short of that. And I'll leave it to you guys to be creative, but to try to somehow save this building or force him to restore it, I don't know that he's going to have an appetite for that. I'll leave it for him to speak for himself. I don't think that's why he came to the table to rebuild the Deauville. He's got other ideas in mind. So we can lose this developer. He can walk away, go back to New York. He's got lots of projects and a football team to run. And then come September, we'll have a dirt lot that will sit there for decades. So I encourage us to deal with facts.
And Mr. Chairman, we have one more caller, but before we connect the caller, I would just add that we also have a unanimous decision of the County Board of Rules and Appeals affirming the demolition order issued by the building official, and the current property owner has a demolition permit.
Let me just say on the record is I'm not interested in putting myself in contempt of court either, and so it's not on you all, it's on us because the judge has warned us, and so I too would encourage the conversations to be around historical elements, because I think I'd heard at some point there were 4 potential elements, and maybe there's a way to either rebuild or in some way, but I would encourage that because I am not in any way going to support being in contempt of court.
There's a caller online?
Yes, Tanya Bott.
Okay. Good afternoon, Tanya.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you predicted, it has been a very robust and spirited discussion, and that is exactly what this issue calls for. Before I proceed, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so there has been a lot of comments made, many of which are interesting and some of which I agree with. I would like to just remind folks that in the planning board discussion, there was a very strong recommendation for public benefits, very specific public benefits, including the one that Joseph Magazine just discussed about what I call a kind of a bridge loan, but the way he described it was much more accurate, to jumpstart the CRA. And again, it would not be a gift to the city or to the community. It would be just a prepayment on what would be generated anyhow. And the other thing, which was touched on by Matt Goltanoff, was affordable housing, whether it's as part of the development site or whether it's part of the garage and built up from there or built someplace else within North Beach or other parts of the city. Mr. Ross has expertise in this, as we have been told a number of times, and there's no reason to think that there shouldn't be or couldn't be a robust public benefit of housing that is workforce housing and also, 2 or 3 bedroom apartments for young families, for our staff, city staff who cannot afford to live here, our teachers. So I just want to make sure people understand that when we say workforce housing, it's not necessarily or exclusively for those who have the least among us. It's for everybody who cannot afford apartments that start at $1 million. And I do think those things need to be discussed. I think that there is excitement about the project. There is deep concern about going up to 4.5 FAR without having a compelling reason to do so, given that the as of right allowable square footage to be built is already close to 1 million square feet. And, the Wilsonian came to us last year or the year before saying, hey, we need a little more FAR because we have this great project. What do you think?
Tanya, wrap it up because your time's over. I'll let you go a little bit longer, but please wrap it up.
Thank you. And the voters saw what the Wilsonian planned and granted them the extra FAR. And I think the same approach to do that here would be wise. I'm worried that haste will make waste, and that instead of the community coming together for a really strong project with a lot of elements that matter to a lot of people, is going to potentially risk being defeated.
Tanya, time is up. Thank you for your comments. Well crafted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
There's no one else online.
Okay, so it's been moved, it's been seconded, it passes to the full commission. As I understand it, we're going to have a special guest July 20th, besides Mr. Ross. Is that correct? Mr. Frank Gehry is going to be coming in? All right, great. Okay, and I think you all have a busy afternoon to have fruitful discussions, I hope, with Mr. Ciraldo and his colleagues. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Commissioner Richardson, for the last item of the day. This is number one. Item number one. Would you mind teeing this up for us, Commissioner Richardson?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a concept that's been discussed for 2 or 3 years about perhaps providing some incentives. Providing some incentives in the MXE for in exchange for giving up entertainment and an alcohol license and that sort of thing. So, and I had staff work on this. Again, this is something that really was talked about before I was even elected. So, I've put on the record previously that I met with the Clevelander to ask them if they would be interested in getting out of the food and beverage business in exchange for additional development rights, and they certainly said that they would be willing to look at all of those things. So this is something staff developed, but we don't really need to spend a lot of time on it because I have I'm going to be bringing in a referendum question for consideration for the 20th, and whether or not we're going to put it on. So we're not going to move this item. It's been deferred in planning. And so with that, I just wanted to put it on the record. You'll be seeing on the 20th, I'm bringing an item to a referendum question that we'll consider, and I recognize that it may not be the right year to do it. But with that, the item's deferred, and I'm done.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay.
And Commissioner, just did you want to defer this to the December meeting? Because I think
Yes.
you wanted to discuss it after the election, correct?
Right.
So I'll show this as deferred to the December Land Use Committee.
Yeah, perfect.
This
Great.
is
Thanks.
the Ocean Drive MXC matter
Yeah, it's been deferred.
to December?
That's right.
Oh, okay. So,
Because I have a referendum question I'm going to bring on the 20th, and if the body wants, this is something that will be decided by the voters, not by this body. And so it'll be, I'm offering a referendum question. If the body, with 4 votes, wants to give the question to the voters to make the decision, they will. If the body doesn't, then it will be dead.
okay.
So
you-
nothing's
you
going to
don't-
happen.
You don't care to discuss the matter today?
Well, it's
No,
deferred, right?
it's
So-
deferred.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
All right. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, guys.